Alright, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. And we are back with beavers. Would you look at that? Hey, thank you. And have a great work time, Ray. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the gift sub again. And the raid. Alright, back with beavers. So, where were we? So we have the dam extension that's being built over here. Yes, over here we have the poop water dam that is flowing nicely. Hey, thanks for the welcome back, Major Moss and Flame. Seemingly we just came out of a drought because the lake here is pretty low. I really think I should do something about this water flow being a butt. I don't know what though. But yeah. We need to get this bigger, I think. Possibly. Maybe have like a larger water retention dam or something. We could possibly push the terrain over here to have like a larger area for the retention here. And maybe like something straighter. I don't quite know. Over here we are working on a tunnel so that this may appear like a flat terrain eventually. Down there, the tunnel is fed at the end of a very long water shaft that takes all the contaminated water from over there and like forces it through these large water wheels, as you can see. So it's a fairly large construction over here that ends up right here with the water that goes back out. I think ultimately, eventually it's going to come out probably around here in a canal. And we're going to end up filling this whole thing up. But right now, if we continue to dig right here, we would have problems with the shaft right here that goes down to this level where we have all the tubeways, and below it where we have the power shaft infrastructure. So that's something we'll have to be careful about. This dam is being constructed to be able to irrigate the plateaus. So that's something to look forward. We might start like digging canals in there and stuff like that, and basically like have all the different how do you say this? Have the different irrigation systems rejoin each other. Why is it flooding here outside of this? I don't know. Just a seasonal flooding? Yeah, it's just a seasonal flooding. It's just that this... When this reactivates, like when this floods out, it really doesn't like it in this area. We're going to need to do something about that, I think. I think the one way we could deal with that would be to divert the overflow. Possibly, like, we could divert the overflow, like, I don't know. Maybe underneath this or something? Could this work? That might be an interesting idea, right? To have the overflow like come across and come out here. Instead of going all the way out here and coming back. It would protect this area from the water surge. Food for thought. Food for thoughts. So yeah, here we have a big lake. Last time we have a water source down here. Right here. Last time we built this infrastructure that is going to protect it from contamination, the lake. So only clean water goes out of here. If this water is ever contaminated, it's going to be rejected to the side. And the same thing happens on basically all the water sources we have. Yeah, that's pretty much the project we have going on at the moment. My main goal here is to start expanding the colony, right? To start like greenifying pretty much everything in reach. And so that's why we're building this big irrigation infrastructure. We do have 188 bots. That's another thing. That's another point. We have 188 bots. We are trending towards 200 bots. Eventually, I'd like to more or less like replace all my beavers employed with bots, or most of them. And you can see we have 186 unemployed beavers. We're only employing 93 of them, so it's not that far-fetched. We are kind of short on dirt, so there's also this we could do something about. Oh yes, and we make a little bit of a lake of this. Intentionally, I might add. We could expand the lake. That wouldn't be a bad idea. How large is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This would need to be one wider and square. Yeah, we can swing that. That's fairly easy. This is too high. So we could easily like... So that's a minimum space required. And then we could have it be like this, possibly. Over here, we are going to have platforms. I am seeing a possible slight problem here. I think... Yeah, this is going to come out right in front of the stairs. Which is gonna be a problem. It's okay, we can... Yeah, well, we can fix it, but we might have to do like some serious rebuilding to fix it. Of the stairwell. Well, first of all, kabooms. First order of business. Very important kaboom. Good. Then... Yeah, because you're at full capacity already. I just had to check that. It would be silly to like build a new mine and then realize you actually don't need it. How do I dig dirt here? Landscaping possibly? Yes, dirt excavator. Let's get dirty. Okay, so this is going to have an issue because it's going to come out right in front of these stairs, right? That's the door right in the center here. So we're going to have to move the stairwell. Two ways we can achieve that. Either we shift like this whole thing one to the left. And have a flat part over here. Or we inverse it. And I think we shift it. So that's going to make beavers unhappy. So let's real quick pause. Yes. Perfect. I'm going to need to remove this path block. Hey, Doji! How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is it going? How is your Sunday? And then we're going to have a little path block right here. And that means we have 2 platforms every time. And then stairs every time as well. And a little path. Good. So they're going to need to rebuild that. It's going to make slightly less efficient the robot building, but it's not the end of the world either. You're doing well. People were driving weirdly well today. Better than people driving weirdly. Hope I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. I am doing great. And we did a blueprints run earlier. We did a day in blueprints. We made very good progress. And we just switched to Timberborn. Like 10 minutes ago, possibly. Maybe 15? I don't know. I kinda lose track of time. I don't have a great sense of time. Time doesn't mean much to me. Time is an illusion. And we are getting dirty. Yeah, we're building a second dirt excavator because we have no dirt. We are making a huge dirt construction project over here where we're basically building an entire cave out of dirt. And it's gonna take us a little while to get all this dirt to supply these. Alright, so this should be functioning. It's weird they were doing good because people in your area usually drive awful with construction. Ah, I see, yeah. When there's construction going on, it can be kinda weird. Hey, Gamer Nature, how are you doing? Welcome in, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How did your stream go? Raid. Welcome in, I'm Sincere and Gamer Nature yourself. How did Coral Island go? How was your stream? If you're new here, welcome in, I am Alastair. I play a lot of puzzle games and city building games and automation games. Earlier today we played some blueprints, and right now we just switched to Timberborn, where we are making a fairly large city. We have like 200 beavers, almost 200 boats, so pretty large beaver city going on right now. Coral Island went great. Nice. Yeah, welcome in. Happy Sunday, everybody. You still giggle at beavers? No, that's fine. It makes me giggle a little bit too. Boy, you're forever a child at heart. That's how it should be, right? Never abandon the child that's within you. My god, this dam takes a while to refill when we get out of a drought. Yeah, so here we have a big construction project. We are building a dam like almost twice as high as it used to be. The aim of that is to enable irrigating the plateaus. We are just started putting in service a second dirt excavator. Let me switch them to bots actually. It's too warm where you are to stream that much. Yeah, understandable. It's 29 over here, which is pretty hot too, but you know, I make do with a fan blowing at me the whole time and stuff like that. But yeah, there definitely were days where I was like, no, I can't, I'm sorry, I have to stop because I'm too hot. But I got kinda used to the heat by now, so it's easier. Yeah, definitely. Like if you hear noise behind me, I have the windows opened because I couldn't stream with the window closed at this moment. Like right now, there is a plane that decided to make noise. Okay, so more dirt because we have this huge dirt filling project. We're building a cavern here basically. This is all going to become level pretty much eventually. so we can smoothly transition between these two areas. You won't see the difference. Like over here already, like there used to be the river right here. We terraformed all of this. We pretty much disappeared the river by making a tunnel that enters over here and goes straight. And the water here is going in the lake instead of going over here. So yeah, we have this kind of terraforming projects going on. So one of the challenges we have here is that this overflows and floods this area. I'd like for it to stop doing that. How do I stop it doing that is the question. I'd like to solve that right now. Yes, don't hesitate to lurk, Gamer Nature. I appreciate the raid. Do take care of yourself, do after stream stuff. That's important. Especially like when you've been streaming and it's super warm, you need to like, I don't know, go hydrate yourself, take a shower or something. Something like that. So here, let's see, let's crop a little bit vertically. So this is lower than this. That's good news, in a way. Except for the fact that right above it we have this, which is an irrigation channel, and might become a problem. But what we could do here could be to tunnel through. Let's see, what if we tunnel through, I don't know, here possibly? It doesn't really matter, does it? So let's say we tunnel through here, right? We take it 4 wide. Something like that. And we make an underground channel right here. Over here we are going to need impermeable floor. And they are going to be technically more important to do than the stuff below them. So let's make them like very high priority. Come on. No, that's the reverse. I want, come on. That's a tunnel. How do I select the impermeable floor right here? That's a path, tunnel, too many layers. How about, what if I do like an impermeable floor right here? This one I can select. Okay. And now I can go like this, right? Yeah, that's going to select those. Perfect. And then I can cancel this one, which was only here to place the stuff. Possibly I destroy this sluice for the time being. I'm not in a drought anyway, so I'm not at risk to need it. And I put a path block here so the beavers can go and build these impermeable floors. So that will prevent the water from the irrigation canals that are right here and that are directly connected to the dam itself from flowing down the purge channel. And this channel we are going to have like to use it as an overflow basically, and it's going to purge the surplus water from this area in the lake. And we'll have to see like where we place. We should probably pause these few so that we don't break it open until all of this is sorted. Make Alastor speak French. Poyos are very cute and all of you are Poyos. How would you translate Poyo in French? That's a problem. Les Poyos sont très mignons. Et vous êtes tous des Poyos. That good? So how are we doing here? These... Oh, wait a minute. No, this should work. Shouldn't it? Yeah, it should work. I just need beavers to come down here. Beavers, I need you to come. Okay, I'm going to clear a little bit of an area from resources over here. Yeah. Aha, and that's not gonna work because that's annoying. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I swear I can do it. I can make it work. No, I can't. No, I can. I can. Maybe I can't. What do I do? Help. Okay, no, I know what I can do. I can do that. And then I have like path blocks over here. I can even possibly reconnect to the other side. Something like that, and then I can have like stairs over here. You're clipping it, that was perfect. Thanks for the clip. Hydrate and a posture check. Ooh, yes, I was shrimping a little bit. And a hydrate. Coffee time. Ah. Nice. Okay, so... beavers, how are you doing? Okay, they're working on it. They are working on it. Good. And so I think they should be able to deconstruct these tiles from up here. And then we can go down and like do the work. So that's not too bad. Oof. It really doesn't like the semi-transparent block. Yeah. That's a lot of stuff being built. Over here, we're going to want to rework that thing. Oh. I mean, we could have a similar project over here. You know? Let me think a little bit. Yeah. That could be fun. Let's see. What if we do like this? And then maybe this. And then maybe that. Oh, actually not even... We can remove these ones. Yeah, possibly. Yep. Hello? Basic architecture of this could be like this. Yes, yes. Possibly... No, not 1x2. Aha. It's hard to see what I'm doing. Something like that, you know? Maybe even a bit more. Uh? Yeah. Yes, I think yes. And then we do basically the same thing over here. And then we can build on top of it if need be. But basically... Something like that. You know, as much as I hate to say this, I've been stupid and we need to redo most of it. Actually maybe not. It's complicated. Yeah, because here we're too far from here to build, but here we're not. Okay. Okay. So, proposition here. I'd like to have a station that goes up here. Yes. Okay, so let's build Where would that be? This station would probably be over here. Honestly, this would be pretty good for it. And then we could have it all the way down here. That way we can dig from here. Love that. That does mean... Oh, we have to be careful with the water level. No, we're fine. Alright. So we can build that. And build a station right here. This is getting dug. Once we have a station right here, that means that they can go and build that. That's gonna be good. And then that means we can have like this little, I don't know what form it's going to take, but like, yeah. And that means that this basically extends a little bit more. And maybe we can just... how far out do we push this project? Is the question. We're going to have to push that to the side, right? I lost my tool here. Not super happy with the shape of it. Yeah, that's a little better. Possibly behind, we could do something similar. Yeah. That's a little bit better. Okay. Yeah. And then we can have kind of a straight line. And this can probably be filled. Okay. I'd almost like to tilt this entrance to the tunnel. Dang it. You do not belong here. This should not be here. Ba-ba-bum. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. And then maybe we can have something like that. That kind of overhangs a little bit. Ooh. Perhaps. I don't know, we'll have to see. It's hard to know what that will look like. You went to cook and know it's beavers. Yes, yes. Yeah, it would have been... Like, the problem with blueprints, for streaming at least, is that a run is easily at least 3 hours long. Not very early game it's shorter, but late game, a run is easily 3 hours long. And so... You do a run, and then you're like, okay, do I dedicate the whole stream to it? Because if I want to do Timberborn, and I do like 2 runs of it, then if I want to pay like to spend a decent amount of time in Timberborn, then it's going to be complicated, you know. Six hours of math. It's not all math, but yeah, it's... I mean, I can do it. Doing 2 runs, I can do it. But like, that's why I did, for example, an accidental marathon the other day. Because I wanted to play both Blueprints and Timberborn. And I did like 2 runs of Blueprints, and then the second one was very, very short because I kind of messed up. Or was unlucky, and so I did the 3rd one, and then it was already like 7 hours in or something, and I was like, yeah, but I want to play Timberborn. I say I would play Timberborn, so what the hell do I do? And that's how you end up going for like 10 hours. Accidentally. Oh, this still doesn't work? Dang it. What do I do here? Then I suppose I have no choice. I have to like cut plants all the way over there. Cut a path. That kinda sucks. So yeah, I decided not to do a repeat of that. And to cut it to 1 run. It's kinda unfortunate because I feel like 1 run is a bit short. But 2 runs is too long. And there's no way to find a middle ground. It cannot happen, cannot be done. Because a run is a run, you know. That's the minimum unit of time you can play. So I think, like, if I had a criticism of this game to make so far, it would be that. It would be that because you cannot save mid-run, because a run, like a day, is the minimum amount of time you can play, if you want to play full days, it imposes on you to play like units of 3 hours, basically. And that's a bit too much. If you don't want to always be doing long days in blueprints, there are options for certain runs. Dare mode, curse mode, speedrun, day 1 achievements will be shorter runs. Yeah, true. But I feel like that's something that you'd want to do once you're like as New Game Plus, kinda. Once you're through most of the content, you know? And being able to save in the middle of the day would be ideal. Yeah, I think so. Although it has its drawbacks, right? You kind of forget what you were doing. Or having shorter days would be the other solution, I suppose. Right, so that's kind of a problem. This is gonna flood real quick. Because this is going to try to empty this whole thing. Though I suppose it's overflowing, so the amount it's flowing through is not that bad. It's going pretty quick, yeah. Ah, actually they can finish the floors before, so that's fine, actually. Okay. Yeah, not bad here. Not bad at all. This is almost built, so that's going to be fine. I probably want more grease stored, don't I? Like I have like 1 tank of grease. It's not even a huge tank. So I probably want a second one. Possibly over here. This could be a good spot actually. Could put it on stilts here. Little grease tank. Oh wait, is it are these 3x3 or 4x4s? I never remember. No, they are 3x3. Yeah. So we could have a large grease tank over here alongside the rest of the infrastructure for the bots. So they can recharge on grease, that kind of stuff. And possibly we'll want one like around here. So here we have campfires. I think we are going to flip them. We should flip them to have them alongside this road. Yeah. That way we can expand this. Like have more capacity to go through here. I suppose we could already do that, but yeah. This is at 065, 065, so these are at the same height. We have 5 blocks here, and we only have 3 blocks here, so ideally you'd want to have like 5 blocks capacity here to be able to use the whole capacity of this. But then the question is whether this floats or not. 0.7, we could try 0.75, possibly. To try to cram more capacity through here. Down here, how are we doing? Aha, yes. They need the tube raise to be able to start working on the next part. As for these, we can directly start building the vertical tube raise that go with them. They're not going to be able to work all the way up right away, but they're going to be able to make some progress. Please put this on high priority. I don't want to wait all day. Same for these, actually. And these. That's the problem when you give them too many jobs, is it starts to get slow to get anything done. Just because everybody's busy. Unconnected buildings? Ooh. Oh yes, that's true. I suppose. Okay, so that's getting exploded. This one, I suppose, yes. As expected. No, not just this one. Nice. That means we can have the tube ray continue right here. Of course, being high importance. And once they have exploded this little area, we can build an underground station. I might go a bit further with this, actually. Yeah, I might go like all the way over there. Why not? How long is there between here and there? That's 25. And like another 11. So 36, 7, 8 from this. Go through the whole island. Well, island. I don't remember the name. Plateau. So if we go 30, 40, that will give us enough leeway to work our way up there. And probably like we build another station right here. That's perfect, actually. That's exactly where you'd want it. Actually, maybe slightly further. possibly here. Because if we break into this, then we have problems. And if we try to dig on this level right here, for example, we are going to break into this. So let's like cut this so we know we are not too close to that. Okay. Are these dug? Yes, they are. Perfect. So now we can remove this scaffolding, these two little tubeways, and we can build a tubeway station that goes down here. And this is going to be the tubeway station that allows the beavers to come down here and go dig this tunnel. And then once we have a tubeway station over here, that's going to be nice for us because it's going to give us access to like digging on this side. So. And over here we should have... interesting. I don't go any further for the water pumping. Oh, this is access to the surface. That's like my only remaining station that goes through the surface. Well, this needs to go underground, doesn't it? Possibly we dig alongside here. Yeah, that seems about right. And so we can have a little tubeway station right here. Nice. That's getting built, very good. A free stretch. You get a free stretch. Okay, so this station is connected now to the tubeway. So now the beavers can come down here and start digging this whole thing. As you should see very shortly. Hopefully? Maybe? Come on, beavers. Can I prioritize this, maybe? Just so you do it. Ah. Well, these ones are digging from inside the station, so it's a little bit like cheating. Maybe these two need to be high priority too. Because this one they might do through the corner, I think. So we might need to wait for the next one for like a beaver to actually show up. Yeah, that's getting fed to the station, they don't even come out. Well, I suppose you see like the paw. Right? And no, they will have to come out. It's funny because like you have the very high traffic area right here, and only from time to time you have a beaver come right here. Okay, so now they're coming, they're bringing some stuff, they're digging, and so yeah, they have access to the dig site, the build site. The Yeah, I suppose it's both a dig site and a build site. So that kind of works. Ooh, and we almost have a connection here between the two parts of the land. We're getting there in this little tunnel. Well, little, I shouldn't say little. It's anything but little. We have the grease tanks that are being built. It's good. Okay, so that's going to allow much more grease storage. That's great. Down here. Ooh. Aha. Very good, very good. How are things going here? In terms of building the insulation, not very well. This is not built, it should be built. There we go. I'm almost impressed nothing flooded during that episode. So then they should have access to dig that. What we could do... Yeah. What we could do is build levees here to hold the water back. And then that means we can dig behind them, we can go inside and like build the things that need to be built inside there. Once the whole tunnel is dug, and just at the end we just need to remove these levees, and that's it, right? Yeah, I like the idea. Lots of underground building, which is unfortunately the late game of this game has to be a lot of that, in a sense. And that's not visually very great. That's the unfortunate thing about it. Like, for example, here we're going to want to start irrigating this plateau, right? Which is well and dandy, but that means we need to go and dig tunnels. So we can be like, poof. We're going to want a tunnel right here. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Probably something like that. How much did I separate them? 3. Oop. Alright. That would be nice. Then we can have something like this. And we can have just 2 here. I think that's good enough. Then... Yes, so underneath this is all fine. What we will need is an access. So I think we dig the access right here. And that means we need a shaft that is going to bring the beavers all the way up there. So let's have that. I don't know, something like this. So not like this. Got it. Yeah, like that. Ah, come on. Remove these striped lines from my view, please. Thank you. And so it's going to be something like that. Nice. Perfect. Poof, poof. Great. So now the beavers are going to be able to build this whole scaffolding structure and go in there and go dig this whole irrigation tunnel, which is going to be fed by the dam once we fill it. Very good. How about down here? Beavers are working on it. Very nice. This is being worked on as well. This shaft is built. Down here, how are we doing? Almost there. Honestly, I'd like this to be fairly high priority, actually. Because I'm going to want to dig all the way over there before I'm able to, like, unless no, you know what, we can just, yeah, let's do that. We can just build another one right here. It's just easier. It's just gonna be easier that way. So let's have something like that. The beavers can go and dig that stuff. And then we can just build that and rebuild the station over there. It's the easy solution. And then that gives us access to this whole plateau, which is getting closer to these bad water sources. Like that's the one that's a bit dangerous. That's a lake that's a bit dangerous over there. So that's going to be very nice. You know, I'm thinking, and that's usually very dangerous. We could potentially have this shaft go all the way through here and just reject the bad water overboard. That wouldn't be a terrible idea, would it? We would need a little bit of terraforming over here, and over here, of course. But that can easily be done. The main obstacle, honestly, is the fact that I've decided to build my main shaft right here. And that's kind of incompatible to the infrastructure of the tunnel. We would need to do the same thing as right here and sidestep everything. But we can probably do it. Like this one being sidestepped would actually be better for it. We couldn't sidestep this whole thing by a few blocks. Not a problem. Yeah. And like, where is the top? Okay, so that would conflict with this agricultural area, right? This would either need to go higher by like at least 3 blocks, I think, or be moved. Or we could cut through and just have the tunnel, like the top of the tunnel over here. And just be like, yeah, that's kind of a dome-shaped top of the tunnel. But it wouldn't be irrigated, is the problem. It would cut the irrigation channel, and that's annoying. That's the most annoying part, to be fair. And also it would cut through this. Yeah. Or we could have the tunnel. Where is it? We could have this jump down and go deeper. Go like let's see, so the bottom here is at this level. If the bottom is at this level, that interferes. If we go down 3 blocks, that interferes with this network. It's annoying. It's very annoying. Or we could just be like, don't care, just reject the water, and then I just need something that's 1 high. And then I can probably go get the water through here without too much of a problem. That's also a solution. Okay, let's have a look at this excavation. So we can unpause all of these. Like have a path go all the way over here. Then let's see. The ideal would probably to have the dams possibly here actually. Or just we... I have an idea. Okay. Hear me out here. We build this. No, not this. These are going to be dams. This is eventually going to be a dam as well. And we just have this end in open air on this side and overflow right here. It would look kind of fun. Yeah, let's do that. And of course, like, this can probably eventually be removed. Well, it could be removed right now, to be honest, but I don't really want to remove it right now. I could likely at least remove this kink and just go straight and over. That would help. Like, for example, if I took this and went like, hey, you go over there. Right? Then I could turn this one and all of a sudden it would go straight over there. Poof, poof. That would be cleaner already. Yeah. Okay, so behind this is mostly dug. This is being built on the front, it's fine. And so once we have these in place, we can just remove these and replace them by levees. And then we never have the flooding problem ever again. Then we don't care about flooding because we have no flow in this area. High priority for those, I think. That's my most important part of the project right now. We are going to need temporary levees right here to hold the water when we replace this one. Ooh, we're nearly there here. Nice, nice. some of this is gonna be tricky, isn't it? Yeah. Like building the center ones might be, like accessing them might be tricky. We might need like some kind of scaffolding down. Oop. Because yeah, they're going to bring logs here, or you know what, I can just pause these. That's easier too. And then once this is built and this is built, then I can unpause this and then this. You just have to proceed in a particular order here. In the meantime, down there, I believe it is likely that they have made a lot of progress, haven't they? Yes, they have. Who's a cute beaver who made a lot of progress? Good. You're obviously high priority. And little path. And once the station is built, we just put in the tubeways and we're done. What are we doing here? Uh-huh. Let's go. This one next. Yeah, of course, a lot of them are distracted over there. They shouldn't be, but you know, they're beavers. You can't expect them to be super focused. They're cute, like they have cute beavers all around them, all day, every day. Obviously, they're gonna be a bit distracted. Who wouldn't be? When you're surrounded by beavers all day, you're bound to be a bit distracted. Not blaming them. Alright, this is done. We can unpause this one. And as soon as it's built, we can build the last one. I think we don't even need technically the last one to be built to start the stuff, so we're just going to do it and while it's being built. Because this is gonna be watertight. Yes, Sally, what is it? Is there a problem with what I said? Incredible. I'm not wrong. Oh, come on, I just need the builder. Ah, but... I'm noticing the amount of grease is not increasing that much. One thing we could do here to try to help with that and solve our lubrication problem is to tell the large water tank here to get filled to the maximum with grease as soon as it can. That way the tank that's empty is the one that's next to the grease factory. And so it should shorten like the time it takes them like bring the grease from the factory to the tank and all that. We can remove these now. Perfect. Yeah, we're making grease. We need to lube up the boats, you know? So... we have a few grease factories. And we're making grease for the boats. Greasy beavers. Beaver bots, technically. Oh, I need to unpause that, by the way. And actually, I think I'm going to put back the scaffolding I put over here. That way we can have a permanent path that goes down here. And around. And that's going to give us access to this little area. If we want to. Or just to the dam if we want to as well. So yeah, we have like 540 units of grease. The grease storage was kind of full. Like this tank here that's near the factories can hold 300. And I think we have like another one somewhere. I'm not sure where. No, possibly not. No, maybe it was just this one. So maybe it's just like this one was full. But like now we've added a new tank of grease that can contain 1200 grease. And it's taking a while to get up there. Because the bots use it. Is this game always beavers or can you pick other animals? No, it's always beavers. It's always beavers, but you can have bots. You can make beaver bots, as you can see. So you have beavers and beaver bots. It's ripe for innuendo, right? It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is all good. Let's go. Okay, so now they should all be overflowing kind of equally. If they are overflowing. And that means two things. First of all, I can take this and like remove that and that. And I can turn this overhang here. So, like, this looks more like an independent structure. Second of all, over here, we now want, how am I going to do that? Maybe I make temp levies. No, I can't really, well, I could do it behind. Or I just high priority this construction job. I think that's what we're going to do. We are going to really quickly pause. This is levies and they are super high priorities. Beavers on the job. Let's go. Emergency construction. They knew what they were doing when they made this game. Probably. But to be fair, it's very cute animals. If the idea was to make a cute game, it was a good choice. But also, like, there's no going around the Hindu overload, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't know, unfortunately. I enjoy it, personally. So, is it unfortunate? Is it fortunate? It is what it is. No, but seriously, beavers, you need to construct here. Come on. We can't just leave a leak like that. There we go. No leaking. Only leaking. Okay, so no more overflow over here. All overflow now goes over here. Which means no more flooding anymore. Great. I mean, technically they're still making the game, actually. You say they knew what they were doing when they made this game. They're still making it. It's still early access. It's a great game for early access, I have to say. Like, very few games have early access that rivals with that. Oh, I know what's happening here. Yeah, no, makes sense. We don't have an access from the top anymore inside. I forgot. My bad. We need to redo that. Because they don't have access to this anymore, so they don't have access to this shaft anymore. That's my bad. I was wondering why it wasn't getting built. Especially why only the slice next to the side was being built. Well, now I know. So we're just going to bring the staircase all the way up. So yeah, very likely they know that a big part of their audience is like diversity. Okay, perfect, and it comes across right here. Amazing. So they'll build that. They will be able to build all the way down the staircase, make their way down, and that means they can access inside now. Great.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, so about that one, we can remove the dams here. And then we start building up. We're going to lose a little bit of water, but you do what you have to do, don't you? We do what we gotta do. And then we have the overflow over there, which is going to go like that. Flooded buildings. Who's flooded? How? How are you flooding? Okay. I suppose I sent a big wave down there, so it kinda makes sense that the wave would travel a little bit and maybe crop up the side. That's fine. We can remove this path. It was only temporary, so we can replant. We'll leave that part that gives access to the little service tunnel. But over here we can replant mangrove. We have way too much mangrove anyway, so it's not that bad. We are going to need to rebuild. Do we need to? We might as well. We might as well. Poof, poof, poof. Oops, forgot to include that part. Although I suppose this one is not really needed. Neither is this one technically. So why not? Let's leave it at that. It's unlikely to go much higher anyway. Okay. We could have another support here. It wouldn't hurt. Sure. I need it to be 3 long, I think. Yes, 3 long cuts it, and then 4, I believe. Yep. And that way we can have a path that goes all the way around. That's pretty far from the city district. We might reach a point where there is a point of making several districts despite the tube race. Because so usually, well, traditionally in this game, what you would normally do in the initial intention is, so you start with a city district, right? And you would cut your city in different districts. So you'd have a district here, and then you would have, I don't know, maybe a district there with habitation buildings and stuff like that. And they would exchange goods. So the idea was to make you make like little beaver villages. In the last update, they introduced very fast transportation system, so tube rails for this tribe. And that means that for the most part, you don't really need to do a city district because everything is much closer. So like you have 300% mobility bonus with the tubeway. That means that, you know, you can have a zone that belongs to a single district that's like 4 times as big if you transport by tubeways. So you don't necessarily need to have several districts. And so technically, since this is the first version I play with, I've never really played with the districts. I've never tried to make a second district because I never felt the need to. I think initially you couldn't, like at some point it was like, yeah, this is just too far away from a district to even build a path. And so they just wouldn't do the stuff. No, you can go as far as you want with paths, but you know, it becomes very inefficient for logistics if your beavers have to trek all the way to a very long distance. And so when you build path, oh no, I have to select it. So you see the color over here that's like green in this area, the city district being right here, and very red towards the edges. That's color coded by the distance from the city district. And so you can see that like basically tubeway stations make things closer, way closer. Like this stays green despite the fact that like you drop very fast over there into orange. But here you're in between tubeway stations, so you stay kinda green, right? And same here, you have, that's a good example actually. You can either go out of this station right here and go up the stairs to access the storage, or you can go out of this station up there and go down to access the storage. So it becomes further away from the district, whether you come from the top or the bottom. Hey, Doran! 26 months, that's a lot of months. It is. It is a huge amount of months. How are you doing, Doran? Yeah, we had Nemo reach 26 months, we had Flame reach 26 months, we have you reaching 26 months today. That's a 26 month day. Kinda tired or... Well, have a little treat. work tomorrow. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, fortunately in France, tomorrow is a vacated day, so... Because it's a French National Day, tomorrow is fireworks. Actually, I was with a friend on... when was it? On Friday. I was at a friend's. And he's not French, he's Korean. And I was like, oh, do you know there's the fireworks on Monday? He was like, yeah, I learned it accidentally. I didn't know actually. He almost like went to work on Monday. And like somebody like kind of mentioned it offhand and he was like, wait, what do you mean Monday is vacated? The funny things that happen when you're in another country. And they're not familiar with vacated days and stuff like that in this country. Okay, so we could have things go like this, I think. That would be nice. And like here we can possibly like extend it to be basically the same. Or like just a little bit like that. Yeah. Even like this. I like it. Having fun with beavers, yes I am. Good luck. Have a great luck, Doran. And rest. Do make sure to rest. Okay, so this is being built. We almost have the first dam blocks, I believe. Yep, we have the first dam blocks on each side. Perfect. Well, we're not going to have like the full dam being built by the time the drought arrives, but we're not gonna be that far off. That's nice. I like. And then this is gonna get dug. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, they even actually started. Where did they dig that from? Oh, they dug. Ooh. It might actually be an issue, this. Yeah. Well, we can solve it with impermeable floor here. But yeah, we're going to have to be careful with that. Oh. Come on. Ah. My key got stuck. There's a key combination that gets stuff stuck, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing when I get stuff stuck. It's always a fight against the computer to unstick it. And it's a sticky situation. What the hell are they doing? it. Never change beavers. They're so silly. It's marvelous. Incredible. No, stop doing that. Yeah, you're stranded. Deal with it. Stupid beavers. So they were going from the bottom to the top here to go and build stuff through here. Which, fair enough, they could do that, but like, I wanted to build here. Alright, that's good. I think actually, when we build that, then what we can do is something like this, right? And probably something like that. Maybe even a second one? Yeah. Would look slightly better. Oh, you know what? Even like this. Yes. Overhang a little bit like that. Yeah. And so that probably means that... Nah, let's leave it like that. That's fine. It is fine. So, what are we doing down there? Down there? I don't know what that accent is. Maybe that's the accent of the robo-beavers. This is making a lot of progress. I'm very, very happy with that. Why are these not being built? Too far from a district? Yep, I kinda expected that. That's why I was looking. Okay, so, puff, puff, puff. Something like this. Something like that, and something like that. That way everything should be close enough. Yeah, beavers, you'll be fine. They just need to build that. It's going to take a day or two. You might starve, but you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Some of you may die. So, what do I do with the bad water? We need to deal with that. Eventually, this is not gonna be a tunnel. Or maybe not a bad water tunnel. We'll see. I'd like this to actually have like clean water. Have a little river, you know? Or maybe like a lake of some kind. But not bad water. That means that the tunnel down here is going to need to come to an end at some point. So there are two choices here. Either I shift everything. I'm going to have to shift things over here anyway. But yeah, I think we're going to bring like it a little bit further to have a few more water wheels. And then we'll be done with this bad water, probably. And then maybe we can use other bad water sources if we need more power. Which, kinda doubtful to be honest. We're kind of pretty advanced already. Okay, so you... Do you need power? Yes, you do. So I need to connect it down here. All the way down. Vertical to... well, vertical shaft. Let's go. Over here. Am I in need of power? Be connected? Not really. That's good. Over here I do have a shaft. Where does it go? It does go all the way over here. That might be the trickiest to shift, to be honest. A drought has started. What are we doing in preparation for the drought? This is full, we shouldn't have a problem. Oh! Is that higher than it used to be? I think it might be, yeah. We have gained one block compared to before. So not bad. Yeah, that means by the end of the drought we should have the dam fully built here. Which is going to be amazing. Tug, tug, tug. This access is very good. And over here, this is completely full. Great. Access has been restored over there. Buildings like power. These, yes, that's correct. Oh, and because we have bad water discharges over here on this bad water source and the one that's down here, this flow of bad water will never stop, so the power shaft will never stop producing. Which incidentally means this river never dries out, and it's a polluted river. So that's not great, but we'll eventually do something with it. Okay, so what do I do? This being disconnected, I don't really need... Like, this is being rebuilt, but this power shaft doesn't need to exist anymore, right? Um, oh no, that's a bit too far. I don't want to destroy the vertical one, I just want to destroy the underground one. And this can get removed. Which means this can get removed. Where does this go? This just connects down. So question, can this get removed? Yes, because it's connected nowhere. So obviously it can. Okay, perfect. So we have this whole tunnel over there that is now unused. That's a good thing. Because this was too high, it was interfering with too much stuff. Like, for example, this would interfere with the tunnel that's right below, right? So we're going to need to backfill a lot of this. And I suppose the next thing is down there. I think we are going to want to shift this main shaft here. Yeah. It's going to suck a little bit because we need to to shift a lot of things, but we don't want stuff to interfere um, with the waterways right above it. And in particular, we don't want the vertical shafts to do that. So we're just going to dig out a lot of this. Do I really need a station actually? No, I do not. All of this can be dug from the stuff that's right against. There's absolutely no need to have beavers come out of the tube race for that, because they can access like this from the tube way over here, and over here. So all this is accessible. So it's not going to suck as much as I imagined actually. This path, not great. What we are going to need to do though is likely gonna be to backfill that, and that's gonna be a pain. Also, bot is out of energy. Why? Okay, because that's a far way down. That's understandable because you went all the way down and then all the way back up to build that, which is absolutely stupid. But you know, that's fine. I suppose you're allowed to do stupid things. It's not just the alive beavers that can do that. I'd like this to be fairly high priority though. Charging stations are a priority. Hmm. What else? So far, so good. I think they might be digging down there. No. Yeah, they are. They are, in fact, digging down there. Uh-huh. This is almost finished. That's nice. Yeah, I like how this looks. Same over here. Really like it. You know what I'm just realizing? Like, this is not gonna cut it here. Because this is all inverted. So up until there, they're going to be able to backfill it. But then I need to make layer by layer from there. That's the only choice, really. Given how I design stuff. Fine, I can do that. Oh, I suppose I could go around. Okay. I have this, so that's fine. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that. How's the detailer doing? Pretty busy. Detailers are pretty busy. I could have detailers over there or over there. Nowadays. But this is gonna get reworked probably once I have like the ground floor. I'm going to landscape it a little bit. Same with this, obviously. Okay, so how am I going to backfill the stuff down there? It's going to be a pain, isn't it? What do I need to backfill? Desperately. I think this line needs to be backfilled with dirt, really. And probably like this stuff here. Yeah. This kinda sucks a little bit because it's only there because I got the mechanics slightly wrong. That's fine. We will survive. Uh-huh. Yeah, that one. What do I do for that one? What am I gonna do here? Uh, I think Okay, let's see. I think what we can do is have a tube ray like this. Then this can be scaffolded. And then on top of that we can have a layer of dirt. Okay. Uh-huh. And this is going to need to be a station. This is such a mess. Help. What do you mean this can't be? Why can't it be? Oh, this needs to be supported by dirt. The number cruncher can only be built. It doesn't say. You know what? Fine. Let's have, I don't know. An excavation, like something like that. Oh no, that's not gonna work, is it? What a mess. What a huge mess. No, we can make it work. We can make it work. We just need to dig behind it. No, we can't. Can we? No, we can't. This would be catastrophic. This would follow the whole tunnel. We cannot do that. That's a very, very bad idea. I suppose that means we're just going to have two stations. And that's pretty much it. Can we dig that? Please? Pretty please? Pretty please? Here we go. So we're just going to need workers to like come down here and do a lot of repair work on the terrain. That's okay. I suppose it would be proper to also like backfill this. At least this part. Possibly the part like right here. Also, is that beavers I see running around? How and why? Like I'm like 3 tiles down, how do I see them? I don't get it. This is going to need to be backfilled too. It's not going to work this way. Well, I suppose it could, but yeah. Like that. Backfill it here. Uh-huh. Oh my god. This is almost finished. The tunnel here is almost finished. Like, bear in mind, like, these land bridges are completely artificial. Like, all of this and all of this are completely artificial. There we go. We need them to like kaboom these two, then we can put in the final tube rays to dig these, and once this is dug, we can have the 2 station built. Very cool. Come on, you can do it. Perfect. And this is getting there. This obviously needs to be high priority. Very nice. High priority too. I'm going to have paths. This is a path. This is a path. Maybe like that. Little path. Ooh, what is this? Why is there a hole right here? I suppose there was something going through and I removed it. So more terrain repair. For me. Oh my god. The floor is so cluttered. It's kinda hard to see. Okay. And this is getting dug. Very good. Ah. I'm out of coffee and water. Well, not really out of water. I still have the water bottle of water in my glass. Aha, kaboom all around. We good? Yes, we good. So, this and this get moved. And we have the stations. Perfect. I was just waiting for that. I was like, wait, I forgot to build the dam blocks on top? No, I was... it was cut short. But this is finished. That's exciting. So next time the water flows, we are going to get to full dam level. And that's extremely exciting. Even as it is, we're barely below the full dam level that was before. With only 2 days to go on the drought. So that's very nice. That's extremely nice. Hmm. What next? What's going on with these irrigation channel? Uh-huh. I'm just realizing one thing. I'm probably going to want like a path going through here so I can access the other shaft. Very nice. It's complicated with a lot of stuff happening underground. It doesn't, like, you don't spend as much time as you'd like looking at the cute landscape that you have above ground. And, like, actually seeing stuff is what it boils down to. I think I'm going to replace this detailer by one that's going to be right here. Of course, you do the Alastor design. Okay, landscaping finished over here and over there. Nice. Ooh. So yeah, the dirt is rapidly increasing, the dirt storage. Very good. Let's remove that, please. And we can start backfilling here. Great. And so the goal here is to eventually like have this whole thing connected, right? So there's no visible transition from one side to the other. I want this to be like just one big chunk, one big plateau. Why is there no path block here? That's better. .5 days to go on the drought. Okay, so we're going to have to start thinking about irrigation propagating to over there. I suppose suppose we could have, like, for example, this go down. Hang on. Where am I? So this would be, this level is that one. And so that's the level below, right? So if here I put a line down here, on the plateau on top, it's like there's nothing, but actually it's going to irrigate it. So that's what I want here to happen. And yeah, this is basically how this needs to. And we could reconnect back over here, it would be nice. And that should work as well, yes. Can even probably do it here. Yep. No problem at all. And that would work. I mean, it should. Technically, it should work. So that should irrigate this whole little plateau as well. And then we can probably go across and go back up. Or do we fill this thing? We could also terraform this, you know. Being like, yeah, there's actually like one big plateau that connects here and over there. Though I do like having height variations, I don't want a flat map. That's not my goal. Or this could have like a little path in between. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do here. We'll have to see. 1 day left. Happiness. How do we deal with happiness? We probably would like better aesthetics, right? That's the thing we need to work on, I think. Okay, so let's work on aesthetics. Benches. I think I started on that last time and then I gave up. Well, not gave up really, but just kinda stopped. A little bench over here. something like this. Maybe you can have a beaver over there. A beaver. A bench. Yes. A beaver bench. A bench beaver. A beaver bench for a bench beaver. Something. A little shrub. A shrubbery. Let's see. I might raise the terrain a little bit over here. You know, just a tiny bit. Just like that. So I can build a shrub without destroying everything. So let's see here. Shrub, lanterns. Lanterns. How about roofs too? Roofs are going to be complicated. Because, you know, rooftops are kind of busy right now. What's going on right here? Ooh, that was a dead bot. Oh no. Alright, it's bound to happen, I know. They just die after a while. Maybe I can like remove this cassava and have a little lantern instead. Really what needs to happen is for me to like rework a lot of stuff. That's a lot of work. Come on, builders. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yes, on top of these is a nice way to do it. Although, I might have like a statue. Beaver statue? Yes. Let's see, how would that look? Like that? Same here, I'm not going to have a lantern right here. I might have a lantern on this tile actually. But on this one I'm going to have a beaver statue. Yes. Very nice. That way they can admire the might of the beaver when they go to work, you know. Very important. We are mighty beavers. Okay. That doesn't remove the question, how do I deal with the roofs? I have a few statues, I could have a few clocks. Sure. Ooh, I can even have a clock on top of this. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's a tiny storage. Yeah, I can have a clock on top of a tiny storage. That doesn't hurt. And like right next to the light. Something like that. Sure. You can have a little clock right here. Like right here when you're like having a nice time, a leisurely time, you can keep an eye on the clock. A little beaver bust. Something like this. Oh, why not? And we have water back. We can watch this thing filled, although it's going to take a very long time. At least they're going to have wet fur, that's for sure. Like, look at all these beavers going down here. Work. And dig. Dig the hole. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so these things are being built. It's fine. I probably want the floor here to be on slightly lower priority. Like, not low priority, but like, it's not the first thing you should do, really. The decorations are far more important, in my opinion. I suppose you could have... Oh no, you have... Yeah. So how are we doing down here? Slowly but surely. And down there... Aha! Stuff is being filled. That is good. That is very good. Okay, so here we want... We want something like this to happen. Also, we are going to want things to be dug right here so we can go around and fill that back up. Do I refill these? Yeah, I think I do. I think I do. I really don't need them anymore, so why keep them, really? Is the question. And so we're going to have like the same kind of conundrum over here. Ooh. Yeah, that should be fine, honestly. And the nice thing with terrain building tools is that you actually specify an order in which you build things. So it's not gonna be as messy as the other one. Because here they're going to build this one first, and then they're going to work their way back towards the front. So that's gonna help a lot. Are things being built here? Kinda, maybe... A little bit, yes. Okay. A few of them are being... We have statues, we have this kind of stuff. I think happiness is actually raising right now. Yeah, look at that. Shrub, lantern, beaver statues is going up. Braziers. Like, sure, we can have braziers. Here, maybe? It's gonna hit the feet of the beavers that are going around. I maybe should have kept a little bit more space for decorations. That's my bad. I went too tight on the build, I think. That is okay. We can fix this. Well, not really, but we can make do. We can. Yeah, and so the stuff that emerged from the bottom over here is that one. But that's okay because we shouldn't have any more flooding over here, so not a problem anymore. Well, hopefully. We'll see, I suppose. That's the first time we try the new overflow system at the start of the wet season. So we'll see. If it doesn't work, a lot of beavers are going to be unexpectedly wet. Might enjoy it. They're beavers after all. Beavers enjoy being wet. What else? So this is still being built. We're going to need a labor monument, flame of unity, tribute of ingenuity, and the earth repopulator. So we're going to need monuments at some point. And roofs possibly, but I don't know what to do with the roofs. Because we have so many stuff already on the roofs. We have very few roofs that we can do anything with at this moment. So yeah. Well, that's fine. We don't have to build everything. Labor monument. Yes. I think we're going to have one more tile of terrain here. That way we can have a laborer monument right here. And maybe we can line it up with like... no, decoration I want. It takes two, and then we can have another brazier, another lantern, and another bench around the laborer monument that's going to go here. Yeah. That's gonna be nice. Hmm. Oh, actually, wasn't I digging some stuff over here? I mean, I was intending to, but I forgot halfway through, apparently. We never built this. Yeah, this is going to be like a very tall tower to be rebuilt, and that's a record of happiness. How did you manage to get stranded? Where are you actually? And how did you manage to get stranded here? Uh-huh. Well, crap. Okay, so let's build these with high priority. And that shouldn't strand him. Theoretically. And let's maybe pause these just in case. Because I know the beavers, they're going to trap him. They like pranks. And so, yeah, beavers are happier than ever. Nice. What about the Flame of Unity? Where should we build that? Maybe somewhere over here? Or maybe somewhere over here, actually. Oh. That would be nice, having a Flame of Unity over here. Yeah, let's do that. This is obviously going to become not a bridge. But we're not there yet. Is there a front? No, not really, so that's fine. Are we done with unsticking the beaver? I think we are. He's unstuck. Over here. Let's see. We are going to want to do some landscaping. Let's see. Maybe something like that. Yeah. And then maybe this goes like this. And this can probably go back down, right? Yeah. I can dig this whole side here by one. Yes. Very good, very good. So if we want to do that, we're going to need explosives. Ooh, maybe a bit too much explosives. I mean, it's not too much explosives, but it's misplaced explosives. There's never too much explosives. Or rarely. Never say never, but rarely too much explosives. Seems like a good evaluation. We are at 41. Because we're starting to get bust. Great. Over here near the water. Oh, did I forget to give you high priority? Yes, I probably did. My bad. Also this. While we're waiting, is the dam full yet? Not quite yet, but almost there. Ooh, one more happiness. We're at 42. 42 record happiness. Nice. And that's average, right? So it means that some beavers are even happier than that. That will mean that the population will increase. So we do have to keep an eye on that. Because with 42 happiness, let's see if we look here in the list of beavers, we have some at 48, stuff like that. The life expectancy... 100% becomes 100% at level 37, probably? No. At 47. Right. So, like, we're around the time where we go everyone to 80% and some to 100%. Quite a few to 100%. Oh, here we go. We're overflowing now. Let's see if we flood stuff or what happened. We should look here, so we see if it starts overflowing right here. It should momentarily. And we hope that nothing floods in this region. And of course, even less there. But I'm not too worried about that part, it's this part that I'm a little bit more worried about. Mildly. What are we doing here? Are we actually overflowing right now? Yes, we are. Okay, so we're overflowing and nothing flooded. So that's great, right? That means this is doing its job to perfection. We have stopped the flooding. That means we could remove this little barrier if we wanted. Like, we're much more free to do whatever we want down here. Great. Poof, poof. In terms of here, so this is being built slowly. I did give them a lot of orders, to be fair. So it's not all too surprising that it's taking a while to work through them. How is this going? This is still not reconnected? Come on. This has been dug. We need one more here. High priority, of course. We do have a water source over here, a clean water source that we could exploit potentially in the future. So I think I'm going to have, like, yeah, a little cheeky way that continues, you know? Oh, come on. I was scrolling the wrong way. Yes, Celester, of course. Celester, you're very good at games. The best, as some would say. They probably would be wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. But shh, tell them. So, what are we doing here? Slowly but slowly. Come on, bots. Come on, beavers. Grease is increasing, so that's good news. Metal blocks are okay. Dirt is viable at this point, I'd say. And we're almost at the point where we have all the bots. So that part's very good. Aha. Let's go. So this is gonna get built. They're going to dig the path down there, construct the things, all that good stuff. That is great. Why are my braziers not being built? Just too many jobs, okay. I can understand that. That's a brazier too, yes. Well, that's kinda cute. Uh-huh. Here we go, that's being built. So very shortly we should, fingers crossed, have all the stuff built. Relatively. Actually, not that. Yeah. Okay, so beavers are go. Oh, and this is almost built. That's great news. That gives them access to the top of the dam. The top of the damn thing. Something like that. I'm going to have a little path in between them so that I can actually access. Move this thing. We really don't need trees over there that are unplanted. I almost want another grease factory, but another grease factory would need more canola oil, wouldn't it? Which we could do. Well, I think what we should probably do is displace the kohlrabi and cassava. Honestly, like this whole area should become residential, shouldn't it? Probably, yeah. Which brings us to irrigation. Oh, this is making good progress actually. Very good progress even. Uh-huh. Nice. So they're digging all that. That is great. I like how the beavers are underwater, under clean water, and are like, oh, I'm thirsty. Well, open your mouth. And so you see that now the whole plateau is slowly becoming irrigated. And if we observe it for a while, we should see like the irrigation level slowly creeping as stuff below is being dug. Yeah, right here. Come on, come on. Can do it, beavers. It's always difficult to wait for them to do the thing. Uh-huh. Did it work? Possibly. Let's see this one possibly. No. Hard to say. Hmm? Maybe they send a builder here. And we can see it in action. Or here maybe? No, this wouldn't be visible. We need to see the tip of the iceberg, basically. Growing. Because for this one, sure, but we already have irrigation coming from this area. Not going to make a huge difference. Aha, I think they're coming now. No, they're going over there. Dang it. They really don't want us to find out, do they? Or maybe is this being irrigated like by the dam still? Maybe we're still in range of the dam. Possibly. Won't a single beaver come over here and just finish the job? That's not possible. What if I tell you to do it on high priority? I want to see it happen. Okay, that's all I'm asking for. Nope. The beavers are like, no. I'll pass. Ah, I think that's for us. Yes, finally. Let's not miss it. Ah, here we go, and so we see it slowly creeping forward. Yes! All this for that. Great. I wanted a quick demonstration, not a half-hour-long negotiation with a beaver. A beaver conglomerate, even. So, what are we doing here? Yeah, this looks kinda nice. This looks okay. Maybe... I don't know, this... No, that's too late. That's too late. It's too late. This is going to be like you'd need scaffolding to go dig this, to go build this. I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Aha, this is built. And this is almost built. Nice. Oh, that's going to boost our happiness something fierce. How about this one? Well... Okay, priority jobs have been given. So they should focus on that. Aha, let's go. And immediately that's going to make a lot of bidders very happy, I think. Yeah, that reaches all the way over here, so basically every evening they're going to see that statue. Every morning, every evening, so they're all going to be covered. That's the power of this area, right? Whatever you put here, they're always going to see. Let's go! 43. And that's only like a quarter of them having seen it. What else? Tribute to ingenuity. 20 tiles. Ooh. Oh. That's gonna be a nice monument. Or do I build it like here? Yes. Hell yes. It is gonna require power. Which we can do because, well, turns out we have a power shaft not far. However, where do I place the power shaft? I might need to shift the shrub. Even then, like this would need to get filled. I could, no, I can build it here. Okay, so let's pause this. And we're going to build the power shaft right here. Maybe not actually. That won't work. That will not work. Won't it? You know what? The tribute to ingenuity is going to move one tile backward, probably. I need to check the area though. Yeah, that's plenty. And if I do that, pause this, because I don't want it to be built right now. That's still gonna be complicated. But I can probably do it if I go and build a little bit of the, like, right here. I'm going to build a little column around it. And that's going to be fine. We are going to access this like that. Perfect. And they can build 2 upwards, 2 downwards, so that should be perfect. Okay. So that's going to take a little bit of doing. But once we have that, then we can dig on the side here and have a power shaft. And let's prepare actually below. Cool, 45, nice. Very well. Yeah, so they all see braziers, almost all see beaver statues, shrubs, lanterns. They all see the Laborer Monument. Amazing. That is great. Done by the water. Aha. So, why are these not built yet? We can have a tube station that goes like that. But first of all, we take these, remove the pathways, and instead we put in tubeways. Please be high priority. Also, I want a path. Let's go. We'll have to be a bit careful with these because that's a lot of resources we're sinking to these. So if we do all of them at once, it could put a strain on the colony. We're not doing too bad right now, but yeah. Like 300 planks is not an insignificant portion of our plank storage. How is the irrigation project going? Not bad. Wet beavers all around. Look at that. We could extend this forest quite a bit now if we wanted to. That's nice. Hey, Pijo. How is it going? Happy Sunday. Look at that. We have monuments being built. We are happiness 44. I think 100% bonus comes in at 47. So we're really close to 100% life expectancy bonus on the beaver. And like, we might have some that are like more than 100% actually. But we're very close to more to 100% average. We're very close. Well, we have a bunch of like 200% efficiency bonuses, which means, by the way, that like the robo beavers at best are 170% bonus working speed. So whenever we have a beaver that's at 200% working speed, well, plus 200% working speed. Oh, I think it's raining. Sorry. Whenever we have a beaver that's at plus 200% working speed, like it starts to be close on whether or not the extra time the bot is working balances the extra the loss of efficiency. I should probably make a few beavers builders hut. Oh yeah, it's actually raining. Nice. Wait, no, not like that. I want builders huts. Oh, come on. If beavers were this advanced IRL, you would open them with open arms? Don't open the beavers! That's very murderous of you. Not that we don't enjoy a little bit of murder as a treat, but you know, that's frowned upon. .46, nice, nice. Why are these flashing? I don't know. Oh, the Flame of Unity is why they are... The happiness is actively climbing. Yeah, so we are above. So we've reached the point where like we have 110 average life expectancy bonus, right? Almost. Who's stranded? Who's stranded? Where stranded? No, seriously. Where? I don't see a stranded beaver. Aha. Yeah, that would tend to happen. I see what happened. Oh no, chat is bubbling. Did we build downstairs? We did not. Okay, so let me prioritize stuff here. Because I did want it to be done as a priority job. Why no hole here? I don't know. Well, no, that's fixed. So this is getting built actively. Okay, good. So they're building a pathway over here. They're going to build these blocks. These ones they can build through the corner. So that's fine. Over here, how are we doing? Ooh, nice. Why no kaboom here? I do not understand why no kaboom here. We have a lot less unemployed beavers, very good. We have 32 free beds, so everything's fine on that front. This is too far from a district. Oh, that makes sense. Let's go like this, I think. Okay, we're going to go around because apparently they don't want to do that. Maybe I should tell them to prioritize it. Oh, this is dangerous. I'm going to get a beaver so stranded. Very stranded. Yep, watch them stranding a beaver. It's going to happen very fast and very efficiently. That's probably the things they're the most efficient at, stranding other beavers. They are very skilled at that. How is this going? Apparently not bad. I think I'm going to let them finish this before I kaboom this whole thing. Because I'm going to kill a beaver accidentally if I don't. This is making progress. Aha. This is finally finished. So now we're connected here underground, which means we do not need the surface connection right here. Like this can go away, which means also this can go away. Yes. Alright, let's go. Both. This whole thing goes away. That too. This connects this station, so that stays. Here we're going to have to remove them by hand because otherwise, for some reason, it destroys the stairs that are below, and that's annoying. And that should be good. Hey Spud, how are you doing? How am I and how are my beavers? I'm doing great and I have very cute beavers. We're getting them wet very efficiently. They're super happy. Look at that, 50 average happiness. That's very happy beavers. And we're working towards more happiness for our beavers. Always more. We want our beavers to be the happiest beavers that beaverkind has ever known. We're trying to avoid melting in the heat. Oh yeah. Understandable. Automod held that for sexual term. A wet beaver is a happy beaver. Yes, yes. Even Automod is like, hee beavers. Get your mind out of the gutter, Automod, right? We're innocently talking about beavers and Automod is like, oh, that's sexual. And then what? It's not good either. That's fine. Oh, and yes, look at that. We have a huge dam. We are currently irrigating like this whole plateau. We are building irrigation channels below. Which is a fairly large project. It takes a lot of digging to get all this plateau wet. But yeah, we're making progress. Oh, we're actually starting to go down, in fact. Very nice, very nice. That is the first stairs going in. And so yeah, then we have stairs going down that way, and we're going to irrigate all of that. So yeah, this whole thing is going to be green. And that's the first step towards like greenifying everything, pretty much. Pretty much everything. Over here we are doing a lot of terraforming. I don't know if you remember, but over here we used to have two separate plateaus separated by a canyon. That's not the case anymore. Same over here, you see we're still building the terrain. So yeah, lots of stuff changing fairly quickly, in fact. And that's exciting. Actually, talking about this down here. Yes, you. We are currently... Okay, so that's being built. That's fine. Oh, that's too far from a district. Forgot about that. That's annoying. Let's have it like here possibly? Would that work? Yeah, you're close enough, so I'm going to have to build them by small section. While we're here... Certainly are a sophisticated bunch of beavers, right? The sophisticatest. Look at that. We have two brays that are super busy. Super busy. Why actually... No. If you hear fireworks in the background, don't be alarmed. If you hear explosions that are not due to beavers, tomorrow is French National Days, and so like tomorrow, today, yesterday, there are a bunch of fireworks all around. I had considered even moving the stream because I was concerned that it would make it difficult to stream. I hear one right now in the background. I'm going to the fireworks tomorrow. Coincidentally, how did my explosive production go? It's not going bad actually. We have 2 factories producing explosive full time. Look at that, we have 1,000. We have a whole warehouse full of TNT, basically. And we have this huge dam and pumping station that's dedicated to collecting bad water that we might need. Everything we might need. I don't really need the dam anymore, to be honest, because the bad water here, thanks to this bad water discharge, is being produced even during droughts. So I'm literally producing bad water like all the time. But this also doubles as energy storage. I have a huge amount of energy storage here. Last stream, I think it was last stream, we accidentally disconnected basically this part of, well, yeah, this whole part of the colony from the power shafts coming from the water wheels, right? So we accidentally disconnected from the power, like the main power generation. It was a good 10 minutes, I think, before we actually ran out of power. It was kinda crazy. Why are these not being built? Oh, that's a problem. Well, it's fine, we don't really need it being built. I'd prefer it to be built. Get built. People who have their fireworks today are not lucky. It's actively raining right now, and I hear fireworks going on in the background. So that might slightly suck for the people who are at the fireworks. Getting ready for your own Bastille Day, yeah. Okay, this terrain is built. You know what time it is, don't you? That's right. It's time for kabooms. Fireworks in the rain that is dedication. Well, to be fair, when this started, it wasn't really raining. Time for our very own kabooms. That's slightly underwhelming kabooms, to be fair. And finally. Oops. Hopefully tomorrow it doesn't rain, that would suck. I love fireworks, but fireworks in the rain are much less fun. Let's go. I suppose we can even, like, remove these paths. We don't really need them anymore. Here we go. Great. No, I want to see downstairs. What are we doing? Ah, good. So here we were digging, because we need a power shaft to come down here, so we are both constructing terrain, contain, to like insulate the power shaft from the water of the river, and like we actually need the power shaft itself to be built, right? So let's have a little power shaft over here. Hello game, what are you doing? Oh, yes, there are scaffolding, that's true, and we need them for now. It's okay. I think we're good now? Yes, I believe so. Alright, let's go. It is go time. And then a little vertical power shaft that comes from down there all the way up there. and which is going to feed the tribute to ingenuity. I think we can unpause this construction. That's going to be a large project. Ooh, that was a big boom. I think that's a finale. Ooh, nice. And beavers, you're gonna get stranded again. Stop doing that to yourself. Okay, hopefully this finishes before this. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here. They will also be building like the power shaft in the meantime, so fingers crossed. Over here, I see we're making good progress. Yeah, not bad, not bad. I think, at least. We have more stairs to build. Oop. Probably the same down here, yep. And they're going to be able to start actually digging down here without me intervening. Nice. So yeah, thanks to this huge dam here, we're going to be able to keep, even during droughts, to keep all of this moist. We're probably going to go all the way over here. I'm considering possibly terraforming in between there to remove this like riverbed, this old riverbed, and possibly like maybe have a little of a cliff face over here or something. I'm not quite sure. Another thing I'm considering, and that's why you see me filling things down here, is here I would like this to go a little bit further, add a few of these water wheels, and then probably like drop the water, the bad water, below and just get it out of the map. Like maybe at level 0 even. I don't know exactly. But like without having it in this river, and that means that eventually this is going to become a clean water river. Do I know how much land the new dam will flood? Oh, you mean will irrigate? I don't quite know. That's a lot of water, so I think we should be good for like quite a bit. But that's a good question. I don't know exactly like how many tiles you can irrigate with how much water. But we have the option of getting it like slightly higher. This is 23, 22, I suppose, high. The map height is 30. So we can probably build up to like 29 or 28. So we have a few more blocks we could go in height. And if need be, we could have like several dams like this around, like, or we could expand this one even, like make it larger, you know, expand in the back, for example. That's also an option. oh. Uh-huh. Let's see here. Yeah, it might take a while. It might take a little while. Let me give this high priority. We're almost finished on that. That's gonna give us a lot of happiness too. So right now we're basically working on the actual end game. Like I could spend probably like dozens of streams getting everything irrigated. I don't know that it's that interesting because it involves a lot of looking at underground soil, which is not the best thing to do. Oh, that's finished. Yeah, I suppose the max reach correspond to the max build reach, so that can work. So what do I do here? We should start making choices, I think. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can have a cheeky little turn here. That sounds decent. So let's do that. We can have it like this. This whole thing can get filled here, I think. Kinda needs to. Realistically. Like something like this, possibly. What do you think? How would that look? I think that should look fine. It's hard to see like that, but ooh, don't overdo it. And then we pretty much do the same on top. And maybe... So here that departs, so maybe here we have like a separate... It diverges, right? Something like that. And maybe we can have like something similar back here. Ooh. Uh-huh. That's so hard to see whatever you're doing. Yeah, we can have like a little something like that. Okay. Not too bad. And then... Oh, wait. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. Cancel. Personally, you'd love to see my bold and ambitious wet shaft. You're assuming it will involve some kind of tunnel. Yeah, so that's what we're doing here, is we're tunneling like below the ground, right? It's just like strip mining, basically, is the underground here, to have waterways one tile below the ground. A little bit everywhere. Ooh. Is this? No, that's not finished. We'll have to come back to this shortly. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing here. So that's built, but this is still needing power. So like they're happy about it, but they could be happier, I think. Yeah. Like actually no, they're not really happy about it to know so far. They don't really care because it's not running. But it's gonna be very shortly. So let's see here. Wait, why? Oh, because it's like what's being built right now. So we could have like something like this. And then go... something like that. Yeah, yeah, not bad, not bad. Of course, this whole thing needs to be filled to the brim. It needs to be very, very dirty. Actually, let's stop. Yeah, sharp. We're going to stop sharp. Because why not? This is the end of the plateau. And actually that means if we stop sharp, we should like kind of make sure that this is a continuous plateau. I think my monument just started. Let's go check. Ooh yeah. Look at that. 600 horsepower just to turn fancy gears. They love it. Look at that. How is my power supply doing? Perfectly fine. My beavers are so happy about it. Like I'm getting up on 110% bonus lifetime expectancy. Nice. Uh-huh. So here, yeah, so that's going to be like one continuous cliff, basically. And that means pretty much that, like, ooh, this whole thing continues basically the same, right? We're gonna have a very clean cliff face. I'm not too mad about that. Like, there could be something to be said about having like little imperfections here and there. But I think it's going to look cool either way, like that. That's a huge project. My beavers are not gonna get bored anytime soon. And we could even... do we want to? Well, I suppose we could expand this a little bit. And maybe have like it push like that, you know? Something like this. Sure. You know what? I was talking about imperfections. Here you go. A few little imperfections. For free. As a treat. This... That's a huge amount of landscaping. And bear in mind that then I'm going to tunnel in this. I'm making a landmass and then I'm going to tunnel in it because I'm going to need to irrigate it, right? There you go. Okay, so we're going to need beavers to come over here and start building. Oh, 60 happiness. Oh my god. Nice. Very, very nice. So let's see, where are the tube ways here? Where do we start building? Possibly over here? Like, we could have a tubeway, like, come over here. And possibly one come over here? Sure. Know what? Let's do that. Are you in line with... Yes, you are. Perfect. Give me a guideline. Thank you. Like right here. So that's going to be the shaft for the tubeway. Let's go. Then we dig over there. That means, of course, we are going to want a tubeway station, like right here. This will be a high priority dig for the station. Hey, Infinity, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Aha. Nobody trapped? Nobody trapped. Nice. I will do that. No. Okay, so no, the chances... Come on, I said nobody trapped. You... Well, you're staying down here, I'm sorry. Nothing I can do for you here. Yeah, we're moving the tubeways because they will be interfering with the power shaft. And we are also backfilling this whole part of the tubeways that are interfering with the power shaft and the river. And so we decided to dig deeper. But of course, no, we need like all the stuff. Okay, so how are we doing here? We're going to need the surface access, don't we? It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Let's see. Something like that. Sure. Of course. We need to destroy this. Make this a high priority. These dead trees are so annoying. I'm going to need to take a quick break in a moment. A quick bathroom break. So I think, yeah, what we're going to do is we'll take a peek at like an area that's interesting to look at, and then we'll leave it running. It won't be underground. Don't be worried. I'm just going to give a few orders before. It's going to be relatively quick. I don't want to stop for too long here, but I really need to go to the bathroom. Let's go, that's good. You can get built, perfect. Alright, so we are... What do we look at? We can look at like this little area. It looks nice. I will be back in just a few minutes, and we will continue playing with our beaver. Do take this time to like walk around around a little bit, get hydrated, get to the bathroom as well if you need to, and we will be right back. See you in a few minutes. Alright everybody, we are back. I even have coffee. Did the beavers behave while I wasn't here? I missed some chat, didn't I? I got hyper focused on the game before the break. You're kinda okay, you think? Just had food a bit ago and your body didn't like it, but otherwise you're fine. Also got nice and cool there by now. How have we all been? I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm doing very fine today. We have fireworks in the background. Looks at the underground water. Oh yes. So yeah, we have started doing hydration project here. So we have this whole plateau by now that is being irrigated by the huge dam that we built over here, that we finished building today. And we are currently getting like this part of the plateau irrigated. We are starting to build the waterways down here. Ooh, oh, actually, I need to build stairs over there. Yes, yes. To allow them to go down to continue digging. But we're not stopping there. We decided to build a whole new part of the terrain. So yeah, we are slightly terraforming, as you can see. We have also terraformed a bit. Here you had a river going through here before. You can see that now we have, well, this is not fully terraformed, but we have terraformed quite a bit. We have here an underground tunnel that goes here and like picks the water from the power shaft that is going down here. This power shaft eventually is going to go a little bit further, and then probably we're just going to get rid of this bad water. And have this, I think, probably filled with nice water. Over here, same, these were separated plateaus, we have connected them with a little tunnel down there. So yeah. We're slowly getting into the phase of the game where you actually completely transforms your environment, basically. Oh no, that doesn't work. Dang it. You know what? I don't care. Just build that. Oh, actually, maybe it could have been built? Let me check. Maybe it was because of the path, not because of... Yeah, it was because of the path missing. That's my bad. Okay. Yeah, we are also on a quest to get the beavers happier, so we have built a little bit of prettifying, we have built a few decorations, statues, braziers, this kind of stuff. We have built a few monuments as well. You can see that the happiness is record high right now. So yeah, thank you for the welcome back, guy. By the way. And actually we have one monument missing. The Earth Repopulator. The pinnacle of beaver engineering, though we need a place to build it. Because it's big. I think we might build it over here, so let's continue backfilling this, shall we? Uh-huh. Perfect. And so here, this can go straight for now. But then we're going to want it to become like more natural. So maybe something like that. Yeah. That looks about right. That looks about right. So we are going to have them build that. That's going to take a while, of course. Over here, we need to do some digging. Quite a little bit of digging, actually. And to do that, well, not digging, actually. We're going to need to do some filling, but before we need to do some filling, we need to do some digging so we can fill the... You get what I mean. Probably not. I don't either, that's fine. Look, I can't be coherent every single day of the week. Right? I can't just be expected to make sense. What is that? Right, so yeah, this is being dug, that's fine. So here we're going to have tubeway station, that's why we have a 3x2. We also have a 3x2 on top of it. And they're going to go and dig this little shaft. But to do that, we of course need to dig the space for the tubeway station itself. So that's what I'm doing right now. It shouldn't take too long. Hopefully. Let's go. No, you dig this. And we'll be good. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff going down there. I'm going to need to shift the power shaft as well, aren't I? Yeah. Of course I'm going to need to. That's not the most complicated part of this project. What kind of stuff do you get as final stage tech? We're pretty much at final stage tech at the moment. Like, the Earth repopulator is technically like roll credit is when you run the Earth repopulator, right? So we're preparing right now to build the end game building. So yeah, the tubeways, the robots are kind of the final stage of tech. And of course, like, the thing is, like, you have this, for example, for the robot, you have the robot, and then you have the, hey, I'm able to have my robots and I have all the bonuses on them that run consistently, right? So you don't just have like the question of final tech, but also how efficiently you run that tech. Because the beavers themselves get bonuses, like if they're happy they get bonuses basically, in both like speed movement, in working speed, in life expectancy, so like your population gets a boost as well when you do that. So all of that gets boosted with happiness. And so what we're doing right now, which is pushing happiness, is like improving the efficiency of everything basically. Kind of like the efficiency modules of Factorio. Yeah, so like you see here, they have a well-being level, each of them, which differs from one to the other, and what's up there is the average. But for example, the one that's at 65 well-being has a 240% working speed bonus, a 65% movement speed bonus, and a 110% life expectancy bonus. And if he was 67, his life expectancy bonus would increase. If he was happiness 72, his movement speed would increase. If he was well-being 70, his working speed would increase. So all of that increases with happiness. So boosting happiness is not just, oh, they're happy. It's like, oh yeah, everything becomes better, more efficient in your colony. But also, like, if life expectancy increases, it means you have to feed more beavers, right? So you might come to a point where if your colony gets too happy too quickly, you're not able to sustain your colony anymore. So you have to be slightly careful with that. But that's not a concern really right now. Same for the bots, right? So the bots, they have a condition level, and it's maximum of 2, and it depends on what you supply to them. So for example, if I supply them with, I don't know, if I select a bot, let me find a bot. Here you go. If I supply them with grease, they get 1 boost. If I supply them with a control tower, which is this thing, they get a boost. And so basically I have a whole grease industry going on, right? Where I'm like growing canola seed, and then these canola seed, I'm transforming them into, no, where is it? I'm pressing them into oil, canola oil. And then this canola oil, I'm transforming it with extract into grease. But this extract, it uses bad water and wood to make extract in a centrifuge. So I have extractors for the centrifuge, and so I have this whole thing here, this whole dam that holds a lot of bad water, so that I'm guaranteed that even in a drought, when I had the influence of drought, I would be able to maintain my supply of bad water for my bots. So you have this whole industry that's created like to supply your bot, right? And to supply them, not just supply them so they work, but to supply them so they work efficiently. These control towers consume science. So I have here this number cruncher. You could be like, oh, but like you have so much everything research already that you don't really need more science. Like you have 110,000 science available to you. You don't need to continue doing research. Yes, I do, because I need to run these towers so my bots are efficient. Right? And then you have some kind of balance between, well, your bots work 24/7, So that's nice, they work more than the beavers, but when the beavers have enough bonuses, they're actually more efficient than the bots, even when working not 24/7. So do you have to build massive reservoirs to compensate for droughts? So that's why you see these big dams of water, right? Why do I have this big dam of water? Because during droughts or bad tides, here you see a bad tide approaching. During a bad tide, I have no supply of clean water at all on the map. The only supply of clean water I have during a bad tide or a drought is the water that I stored. So that's why I'm making these big structures here that hold a lot of water and that are able to supply beavers and supply like irrigation and all of that during droughts, during bad tides. Another concern during bad tides is that during a bad tide, your clean water supply turns into bad water supply, contaminated water supply. And so here you see at every source, I have these little structures where I am only allowing clean water to go through. And over here, I'm allowing dirty water to go through. So I'm making it so like I only ever get clean water in there, because otherwise during a bad time I would contaminate my water supply and I wouldn't have no more clean water supply, right? It's the same over here. Yes. So here you see these sluice gates. So I have the water sources over here. You see sluice gates which only which close over here if the water is contaminated, and these ones are closed if the water is clean. And so if the water becomes contaminated over here, this closes, this opens, and the water is rejected overboard the map. Do you not have purifiers or any kind of water treatment? No, I do not. What I can do only is make sure that the bad water doesn't enter my water supply and have enough water stored that I can just treat it as a drought and be fine during a bad tide. Because like as long as I reject overboard like the bad water, I can just treat a bad tide as a drought, right? I have no supply of water because the water is contaminated. So it's basically the same thing. And so that's what's happening here. And finally, the last thing I have to deal with in these dams, of course, is the surplus of water when I have clean water that's running, so that I don't flood my different areas over there. One thing I have, however, is you see, so this is a bad water source. A bad water source always produces bad water, even when I'm not in a bad tide. And here I have built a bad water discharge. I could close the bad water discharge and like close the bad water supply here. You'll see it will run out very slowly. So you see this bad water stopped flowing here, right? And well, I suppose it would need time to evaporate, something like that. But here I'm doing the reverse, actually. I'm opening it. And by opening it, what happens is that even during droughts, this water source is going to produce bad water. So normally a bad water source shuts down during a drought. This will never shut down. And that's great for me, because what am I feeding with this? Well, I'm feeding this dam, but what am I feeding with this dam? I'm sending all the water into this power shaft over here, which is a huge tunnel that I have built myself. I have dug this tunnel and like build some of the terrain and all of that. And each of these water wheels is producing about 300, 400 horsepower, right? So that's a huge amount of power. Okay, so this is getting restored because I closed the water supply. So that's like the delayed action of what I did earlier. So where it would stop normally during a drought, this will always be running, and I have a second bad water supply right here. And so here, I'm producing, 500 horsepower, right? I think this peak of 600 will like go back down slowly. But yeah, everything here is being run all the time. And so it means that this 14,000 horsepower or so that I'm producing consistently are all year long. I'm never in a situation where I do not produce power anymore. And so here, that's why the plan here is to extend this a little bit more until it becomes impractical, and to probably just get the bad water like some level below and reject it off the side of the map somewhere where it doesn't pollute stuff. And then over here I can, instead of having this river be mostly bad water until like we get here and like you start mixing it up with the water from my base and stuff like that, where it becomes slightly cleaner, then I can have this possibly be a clean water supply, right? And have it be nice and not pollute the land. Of course I have other bad water sources like over here, over there, that I'll need to control, but I can probably like take them and maybe create another power shaft or just shut them down or some stuff like that. Do the water wheels have to run on bad water? No, it's just a convenient way to repurpose a waste source. Yeah, exactly. Like the clean water, I want to do stuff with it. I want the clean water to not go in my water supply, so like during a drought or during a bad tide, like this stops flowing. And so it's very practical for me to have no need for my clean water supply to be a running water supply. It can just be stagnant water and be fine with it. Whereas the bad water, which is already bad water from the get-go, during a bad tide, well, it's still bad water, it's the same, so I can do the exact same thing with it, right? And during a drought, initially, well, I have gravity batteries, right? I have a huge amount of gravity batteries that are currently mostly useless. But, you know, if somehow I have a dip in production or something, they can compensate for that, or peak in consumption, these kind of things. And before that, before I had these bad water discharges, they would tie me up to a drought, basically. This beaver faction has no ultimate power over clean water sources, but it does over bad water sources, so they're what's reliable. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like you have another faction, you have another like beaver tribe, where instead of being like, oh, you have this bad water discharge that's going to be opened like even during droughts, you can build a building and then the bad water discharge stops discharging water, but you can get bad water from it for your centrifuges and stuff like that. But this other faction also has windmills, and so you can be like, oh, my main power source now is windmills, which is not gonna run 100% of the time, right? Because sometimes there's no wind, but it doesn't depend on a drought or on a bad tide or whatever. So if I have enough storage, then windmills per storage equals permanent power, right? So it's slightly less space efficient, but it can also work. And you can kill the bad tide sources with this other faction. Where this one, well, I suppose could kill the bad tide sources, but doesn't have wind power or something like that. What they do have is these engines that run on wood and produce power. But engines need trees, right? They burn trees, so it's better to have water wheels that produce most of your water than the reverse. So here you see that my water source is starting to produce contaminated water, and so now this is closed, and this is becoming contaminated, and it's just being thrown entirely overboard. And if we look at our other water sources, it's the same. So you can see here, like, bad water is being discharged here. If we go see down there, this is closed and this is now opened, and the bad water that's being produced here is just being thrown overboard. Right? And it's the same pretty much everywhere else. Like below here, I have a clean water source that normally feeds into this river, and now it's being thrown overboard here. But importantly, normally it's being thrown in this lake, which is part of my water supply where I have swimming pools and stuff like that. So normally the water goes in here, and now it's being thrown this side, right? So that's what I'm doing with that one. And finally we have a last clean water source over here, which is being thrown overboard. So I went and dug this canal here to get rid of the bad water. And so here you can start to see why I'm digging these irrigation channels. These oaks are drying because there's not enough water in here anymore to keep this irrigated when it would normally do. And because I have irrigation channels over here, this whole thing is being irrigated no problem, right? So right now, like, what's above this is like, yeah, no problem, I have water. Okay, so this is dug, that's nice. And this is dug as well, perfect. So here we are going to build a tubeway station. And this tubeway station is going to mean that the beavers are going to be able to come out here and go dig this. They could do it, like, I could like build a tubeway here, have them dig this, and build a tubeway here, have them dig this. But that's a lot of manual labor, and I'm not gonna do that. Because it's annoying to do. It's extremely annoying to do. How long does the bad tide last? It's still lasting for 4.6 days. That's a counter to the end of the bad tide. I want a vertical tubeway. Thank you very much. And this. is gonna be my tubeway station. Perfect. Wasn't I supposed to build one here? I think I considered it and then I forgot about it. Didn't I? Right, so let's go dig. Over here. We are going to need to make the same thing. Do I? Yeah, I suppose I can do that. So this needs to be too high for my tubeway station. Sure. Something like that. But of course, as always, we're going to need land access for that. Because, like, this would be very annoying to build from the bottom up. So, we want land access. It would be possible, but it would be extremely annoying. So I'm not doing that. You probably want to be higher priority, same for like you. I'm going to need every one of them to be higher priority. Thank you very much. Same as these. Perfect. Yeah, so you see here, like the level has gone down like maybe one tile in a day, something like that. I don't know how long the reservoirs will last. I play it by ear. If I see that the reservoirs are getting a bit too low, then I extend them. Basically, I fix it. That's kind of how I work here. I overbuild. I tend to overbuild my reservoirs, to be honest. And yeah, also like these have drought resistance a little bit. So for example, these oak trees have 16 days before they die during a drought. It's not the same for every plant. Like soybeans only last for 0.3 days, right? So they can be without water for only a few hours. But trees in general are fine for much longer. So, like, I kind of choose what I plant where, and I plant my most essential crops in lower areas that are more guaranteed to get water longer. If the level of the reservoir goes down, at some point the higher crops will stop getting watered, but the lower crops will keep getting watered for a little while longer, so it's more reliable. You bet beavers. Tofu bangs. Yeah, they're growing. What are they making with some soybeans? Russians, aren't they? I don't quite remember. Oh, fermented, so I think they fermented. Yeah, fermented soybeans. Okay, we're almost there here. So we are going to be able to place the Earth Repopulator. So the Earth Repopulator is kinda the ultimate tech in the game. When you run it, it launches pioneers to distant lands and makes the beavers in the area super happy. So yeah, are we going to need power for it? I don't think so actually. Let's build it. But the Earth Repopulator needs a few resources. Like, just a little bit. You know, only 1500 gears, 2000 twig planks, 2000 metal blocks. Nothing fancy. I might want to increase the production of iron. Also, you know, it's not like I'm terraforming the planet. How are we doing down there? Making progress. One thing we need to be careful about is they need a path to be able to go work. They need to be close enough to a path. So we need to like frequently update the path on underground. That's why you see me adding new paths. It's because yeah, they need that to be able to continue working. Talking about which, so we're removing this, aren't we? All right. Let's. Aha. We have a little bit of a path block here. That's where the shaft that we closed was. Used to be. This can get removed. Oh, wait a minute. I think we wanted to change the path side. So we can remove like this, actually. This is higher priority to remove this than the other one. Ah! This is annoying because I have trouble selecting the right stuff. Let's go. Yeah, because this is closer to like this shaft, right? So that's why I want to remove it in priority. Downstairs we have managed to dig that. Good. So now we need to shift the shaft. Shift the shaft. Love it. Just a throw it up kind of building then, yeah. The challenge is to be able to like supply the resources to build it and to feed it. I think it needs resources to run too. So it's mostly like, yeah, you can just build it, but then you also need to have the supplies for that and then to be able to run it, which is not super easy. Who doesn't love a good bit of shaft shifting? Especially when it's hot. Mm-hmm. So how are we doing on here? I think I want them to prioritize like these two. I suppose I could tell them like this. That's higher priority. Probably these. What's going on down there? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's high priority, by the way. Forgot to tell you. My bad, but... where do I want them to go here? I don't quite know, so let's leave it be for now. Ooh, this is a bit stuttery. I don't know if you can see that, but I feel it's kind of jumping around. Yeah, and you see the water like is contaminating the land around it when it's bad water. I have these here, the irrigation barriers that prevent that from happening, but like I cannot build anything on top of them, so it's a bit annoying. So here I've built this because I was having a field like right behind it. But otherwise I try to avoid having to do that. This is getting built slowly but surely. Very good. Okay, so that's getting done. Great. Maybe something like that. Or something like that. Sure. If I put an irrigation channel down the side of it, could I have the field stretch all the way down the valley? Yeah? Yeah. Is there a limit to field sizes and what you can irrigate? No, so the limit to what you can irrigate is how much water you can supply. Because basically water evaporates, right? whether it's inside an irrigation channel or open water, you have like water going down slowly, so it's not just staying there. And so that's why this water level is slowly being consumed during like bad tide or a drought. And so depending on how much water you have, well, you're gonna run out of water if you reach a certain amount of irrigation channel, a certain surface area of irrigation channel. So that's gonna be one limitation. Other limitation is height. That's why this is super high. You see, like, it's going way above the terrain, and I'm barely consuming any water. It used to be at this level. And I built it higher because I wanted to actually irrigate these plateaus. And this plateau I'm not irrigating because I don't want to have like this being a weird shape and then I'd have to contain the water in here and it would be a mess. So I'm just waiting to bring the water here from this reservoir because that's the reservoir I chose would be the nicest to build up. So it's a choice, right? I didn't have to. I could very much have built the same thing over here and have irrigated this whole area using this. I chose this one because it's one of my biggest sources of water and it's near an edge, so it doesn't look so ugly to have something stretch high to near map height, basically. Bedtime for you. Have a great time, Tifa. Have a great night. So the may reservoir be tall if need be then. Yeah. It's like you can only it makes sense, right? It's like communicating vases. So you can only have water ever reach up as far as that. You could have pumps. There are pumps in the game. Where is that? In water. Right, so I could have like mechanical fluid pumps, pumps water or bad water on one side and discharging them on the other. So I could go up 8 high with that. But it also consumes a lot of power and has a limited flow, right? So here I'm avoiding using that by just using the fact that the water source itself is an infinitely powerful pump, basically. But I could very much have like built a reservoir somewhere else and pumped water in it, or built like a little river up there and pumped water in it, or something like that. So there are different ways to do it. You don't have to do it the way I do it. There are plenty of options. There is also like a fluid dump where you have like beavers bring water to the fluid dump and dump water in a channel. So you could just have like a very high platform with a little reservoir and like have beavers go up there and dump water down there so it supplies irrigation channel. That's also an option. So there are plenty of options like that. The one I chose is big reservoir that fills up high thanks to the power of the water source. So yeah, that's basically where we are at with that. I think here I might have a little path that cheekily goes down here so I make sure that I can actually build this stuff. Okay. So yeah, and yes, you were asking, like, can I just stretch down the valley? So you see here, yep. Okay, so here I have a little irrigation system that starts over here, then goes up over here, feeds this, then goes back down here, feeds this, and on the other side, goes down here and feeds this whole thing, right? So basically, like, if we take an area view here, this, and this is all irrigated by this one block that's opened on the side here. So it can go pretty far. There's not much limit on the size of the fields because it's not fields technically. It's just plants that are planted and gathered, and how far they get just depends on your gatherers and your farmers, right? You have farmhouses that have workers. You can tell them to prioritize planting or harvesting. So here I have one planting, one harvesting in priority, and they have a certain reach. So you have this green area, which is everywhere they can reach. So they can go a certain distance, but the field itself, it's just plants. So whether they plant it or not, whether they gather it or not, it's just the beaver's problem, really. So you see here the coffee field is barely getting gathered. Why is that? Because I don't need that much coffee. I planted way too much coffee, so I'm barely gathering any. But that's fine, right? And the same for the trees. I have a forester that has a certain reach, so he can plant anywhere in this area, right? And here I have like a wood gatherer that can cut trees anywhere in this area. So then it's just up to me to get coverage of everything I want planted or cut, with enough people that they can keep up with the workload. Always good to have a surplus of coffee. Yeah, look, slight surplus of coffee. Only 12,000 units of coffee in a huge tank. Actually, I didn't pour the coffee I made during the break. That reminds me. Here we go, slight surplus of coffee. Ah, nice. And here we go. Tons of beavers working on it. 2% done. Nice. What else do we have? Yeah, so we were working down there on getting beavers to this, right? Oh my god. They need more paths. They're annoying with that. I wish I could order them to build a path in advance. Like, when you destroy this block, then you build a path, and then yada yada. Oh, right. Down here, they have shifted the shaft? They have shifted the shaft? I can't speak English. I speak English, I have a potato in my mouth. No, not Spud. I swear. I swear it's not Spud. Nervous? Mm-hmm. So this can get removed. I think I'd have to buy you dinner first. Alright, so that's the power shaft network over here, right below the transport network. Nice, nice, nice. Nice and easy. Oh, talking about which, it is true, I forgot about that. Let's build them here, I suppose. Let's go. So this is being dug. Soon we're going to need to start working on shifting what's on the surface, and that's in the way. Namely, like this kind of shenanigans. Like if we were to dig further here, the bad water would get into this shaft and flow all the way down and inundate basically everything, which is not quite what we want to happen. Can get the required materials, that's fine. So we're going to need a new shaft here. For what's on the surface. And so this is going out here. So we could have a shaft that's parallel to this. That could work. Or we could have something a bit further, to be honest. Like if we fed power in here, that would be fine as well, because buildings transmit power between each other, so all of this would be fed with power. I think I might actually do that. And like maybe, like where's the furthest this goes? Over here. So this could possibly like, yeah, have its own power shaft, you know? I do like that idea. Okay, let's do that. That would be so much cleaner. Yep, that's a way. So that's much better than whatever we had. Alright, alright. And here we are going to dig, I suppose, down. Might as well dig down here. Perfect, that's far away, I like it. Oop. And a little access so we can actually dig. So this needs a path. So yeah, they can build from inside the tubeways, but they can't go out of the tubeways without a station. So that's why it's a bit annoying to have to go and build one by one, stuff like that. When we need to dig long shafts. This is almost built. Do you need another path block? No, you do not. Very good. So here we're manually building the tubeways just so they can access like enough space to build like the tubeway station, and then we're going to build a tubeway station and like dig all this by foot. Because there's no way I can be asked. Okay, let's go. So now they can access these two and explode them. Actually, I could already build the tubeway station. I do not need that. Let's go. I misremembered what I was building. Let's go, let's go. Uh-huh. You're getting there. The other one over here should be done by now. Yes, it is. So, let's remove this tubeway station. Hang on, what did I click? There we go. Remove the path blocks. And we just tell them to build a long tubeway that goes all the way over there. And as soon as this is built, they are going to be able to go through there up to the surface for the terraforming project. So that will be very nice. This one, as soon as this is built, I'm concerned. There seems to be a stranded beaver over there. I'm very concerned about that. Hopefully they can build on top of him. And then he can be like in the station and get unstuck or whatever. Even if he dies here, I don't really care. I just want him to not prevent this being built. Let's see. This should be marked as important. No? He knew what he was signing up for. Well, I don't know that he knew. Hey, Bamboo! Welcome in, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you playing? You were playing Timberborn as well. Ooh, nice. What are you doing in Timberborn? How are you doing? How did your raid, your stream go? How did your raid go? I can speak English very well. Welcome in. Happy Sunday, everybody, or possibly Monday. Monday if you're in my time zone. But shh, don't tell chat. I'll get scolded otherwise. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I am Alastair. and I play a lot of city building games, automation based games, puzzle games. At the moment I'm mainly streaming 2 games, which are blueprints that we started the stream with, which is a roguelite puzzle game, and Timberborn. I started playing Timberborn during this update, so this is technically my second colony of Timberborn. I have one with the Folktales and one with the Iron Teeth. This is my Iron Teeth colony. It's starting to be a decently big colony. We have, 200 beavers, about 200 robots. I think that's a decent size. We are currently working on a lot of terraforming projects, irrigation projects. We are irrigating these plateaus over here. We have a big, power shaft down here that we are slowly extending. We are trying to get the beavers more happy, more better, and we are currently building the Earth Repopulator. So yeah, that's what's going on in this colony here. And I'm having a lot of fun with very cute beavers. What are you doing, Raiders? Why do I have 7 stranded beavers? What did I do here? I'm concerned. Oh. Oh my god, you're cute beavers, but you're such idiots, as always. What do I do here? No, but stop. Okay. Yeah, well... I swear to God. These beavers are impossible. They get stranded every single opportunity they get. I already had 2 stranded beavers. One of them is, on his own. We have decided that... Nope, not saving him. But, yeah... Right. Yeah, so down here we have a large network of tubeways under the ground and of power shaft as well. We are currently making a lot of projects in there, so I apologize. Yeah, that's a beaver that's stranded, and that's forever. Oh my god. The stranded beaver is going to prevent me from building this, I swear. What do I do here? I suppose the only choice I have, really, is to build this one further. You've saved most of yours, but you've totally abandoned the boat beaver today, who got himself stranded in a river. Yeah, well, that's exactly what's happening here. I have boat beavers. No, I know what I'm going to do. I have boat beavers that are desperate to get trapped. Right. Bot beaver, thoughts about explosives. I know how to get rid of him. Yeah. So I'm trying to save these at least. But I swear to God, if they get stranded again, I'm going to lose it. We good? I think we're good. Okay, so Beaver, you start with this, and that's a high priority. And please do not go in there. I say do not go in there. If you get stranded in there again, you're on your own, I swear. The beavers are cute, but like sometimes I don't even know what to say. So we have this huge landmass here that we decided to like terraform because I'm building irrigation channels. Actually, it's mostly finished by the looks of it in there, and I want to go and irrigate this whole plateau, right? So, and here there was a riverbed that was going across, an old riverbed that's like remains of human civilization, these silly humans. So yeah, we decided that we don't want to see that anymore. We don't need to see that anymore. Humans, they were silly. They got what was getting to them. They earned it. They got what was coming. Also, these dead trees are annoying. I should remove them. Really. They might be trapped again. You didn't see any leaf after they built the block. Well, there is one who's trapped for sure. But hey, just one. So, you know what? You're on your own, buddy. I can possibly... Let's see. Okay, maybe I can do some. Maybe I can do. Maybe I can like have a little staircase like this. Awesome. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm tired of saving beavers who can't save themselves. Good riddance, they started it, right? Talking about which... It's kaboom time. Oh, oops. Nobody could have expected that to happen, really. How was I supposed to know if they would die? It's fine, we can just hide it. A bit of natural beaver selection is exactly what you need. Exactly, right? It's bought beavers too. Like, it's fine. Ooh, this is going well. Look at that, it's almost like a quarter to a half built. Nice. How is it going here? That's getting built. And do not dare enter down there once this is built, beavers. I have to warn you. There will be consequences. I'll be honest. Come on, get your bird out. I swear. I can't. I can't do this. Beavers, please. Please stop, beavers. Yes, you respected the letter of my instructions. You didn't enter down there. I get it. But the spirit of it. Come on. Alright. It's less painful to actually deal with the underground. You know, normally it's very painful to have to deal with the underground building, especially when you have to do like side shafts, block by block, stuff like that. Easy peasy comparatively. What am I forgetting down here? I think we're pretty fine overall. Right. Let's start continuing to shift the shaft. Let's start continuing, yes. That's a very English sentence. Brought to you by Alastor. Possibly no? What's going on here? Oh. The hell? What did I do here? Wait. There was a shaft here? I didn't see it. Or possibly it wasn't built? Or what? Oh well, I suppose we rebuild it. Wait, no, that's still connected. Where are you connected? No, seriously, what are you connected to? No, it's not connected, it can't be. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Let's remove this beaver statue for a moment. We can rebuild it afterwards. But right now we might need access. Actually, this might need to shift. Yeah. Well, we'll see. First we shift like the shaft itself, and then we are going to shift the vertical axis. Hang on. Right. Nope. Where is the next one? So this has something above, yes. This has something above. This has nothing above. Well, it does have a stranded beaver above, but that doesn't count as something. Oof. We can build all that. Let's go. And then like something like that, possibly. That one's tricky. Also, hang on. Just this for now. Perfect. Next. What are we doing here? This is getting built, finally. Good. Over here. So. Do we still have a stranded beaver here? Yes, we do, but no. Oh my god. Okay, we can remove that. There's really no point in keeping it here. This can be unpaused, and you're on your own. I'm sorry, but you're dead to me. There we go. So this one's going to be chased all the way out of the map, I suppose. But that's okay. Got it coming. How is this going? Ooh, we almost have all the gears supplied. And we technically have all of them, right? We have 1.5k gears in storage. What we are struggling on is treated plants. Plants. So let me maybe Add a treated planks factory or two. Wood workshops. Oh, right. That's the ones. Oh, these ones are annoying. Well, you know what? We can... 1, 2, 3... E. Nope. Not 1, 2, 3. How would that work? We can 1, 2, 3, 4, I suppose. Yeah, just like that. And I'm not going to build like 4 additional ones, of course. But I'm going to replace the existing ones that are over here and that are kind of in the way of the terrain building. This should all be high priority. And yeah, here these ones are built on overhangs, so just like removing them will allow me to remove the overhangs and complete the terrain over here. Basically, that's what it comes down to. And we can have an access path here for more connectivity. Well, let's go. Oh, talking about which, what are we doing here? Aha. So, this. Right. That's going to be a long shaft. That is going to need to be rebuilt. Very fast, please. That's a very high priority build. Yes, that one too. The highest priority, to be precise. Same for these, of course. They're pretty cheap, so that's fine. And we should have something similar over here. Yes, yes. Bang. Nice. And of course, vertical power shaft all the way up. No, actually not. Not connected here. Yeah, no need. And this is a high priority one. And how did I not designate this as high priority? Okay, so all of these are kinda important. This can get removed. is our bot. How do they have power? Who brings them power here? Oh, this brings them power. And yeah, this is gonna get removed, so that makes sense, right? This is getting removed as well. Yep, yep, yep. Perfect. Okay, and so the overhang here can get disappeared and replaced by terrain. Ooh. Uh-huh. That is a slight problem. I can replace the chargers. That's not a huge problem. Ooh, another raid! Mastani! Hello, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in! How are you doing, lovely squirrel? How did I forget the word squirrel? I have no idea. How is it going? Happy Sunday, or Monday, I suppose. Happy Monday. A group of squirrels has made a strategic move and come to join your stream. Oh, and hey, Zeta as well. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing, you lovely people? Welcome to my beaver colony. Tuesday in Oster. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Welcome to my beaver colony, where we're going into terraforming. We are creating new land masses. Yeah, we're reaching the very, very late stages of the game. We might reach the official end of the game today, I suppose. We'll see if we manage to reach it today. The official end, the official goal of the game is to build the Earth Repopulator and run it. So there's a definite possibility we might be able to do that today. At the moment, I'm doing a lot of infrastructure work and terraforming work. So I'm rebuilding like a bunch of different systems to be connected differently and stuff like that, and build a rocket. I wish. And then you build a space platform, and then you go to other planets. That would be nice. That would be nice. But no, unfortunately, like you just run the Earth Repopulator, and that's roll credits. But yeah, so right now we are mostly working on this terraforming project. The project here is to be able to irrigate. Well, you see that we're irrigating this whole plateau. My wish in the future is to have irrigation coming over here and going to irrigate this whole plateau as well. So yeah, we are slowly building new terrain to have something that looks nice and is a little bit better suited to our purpose, basically of irrigation. Our whole irrigation system is going to be run by this giant water tank because it's the only one that is above plateau level for all of these plateaus, basically. So that's kind of the like big overarching project that's going on. We are also increasing the happiness of the beavers. We have reached, I think at some point we were at 60 average happiness. So yeah, we're kind of getting up there in terms of supplying them with basically everything they want. And yeah, stream went well. You're facing a puzzle, though, of to attack next. Some people have rudely banded together, saying you were taking too much land. Some are currently too scary to fight right now and blocking your expansion to finish your conquest optimization system. And above that, you're relatively low on manpower, which doesn't help. So basically, you need to divide and conquer, is what I'm hearing, right? You need to sow division within their ranks, send them spies and stuff like that. Make them declare war on each other. What are we doing here? Yeah, so we just disconnected this whole entertainment area and the part of this industrial area. One of the problems we're facing, so we have built a very long power shaft water generation tunnel that we're feeding with water. We're forcing water all the way through here. But you see that if we want to continue expanding it, we have a few things that are going to be in the way. So here downstairs, we're shifting a lot of stuff, basically, and like backfilling a few old tunnels and stuff like that. So yeah, we're doing a lot of infrastructure work, very literally like backfilling stuff and shifting them to other places. So we prepare for the future projects that we have. Is basically the core of what's going on right now in our colony, on top of like building new land masses. And also like we're bringing like logistics to the new building project, right? They won't declare war on each other, they're too scared of you. Ooh, that's a problem then. Is there a way to like catch one undefended or something? Basically pick them off one by one, right? Although I suppose if they're in an alliance, if you attack one, you attack them all, so that might be a problem too. How are we doing here? So we just increased the production of treated planks, which we are still struggling a bit on, to be fair. I suppose that's kind of unavoidable. There's not much we can do about that. This is reconnected, that's very good. How about this? How far are we from it being built? Not very far. Yeah, we have like two more to go. And that's going to reconnect the whole entertainment area. Oh, that might be why the happiness is a bit low, actually. That is fine. there is, but you have issues deciding who you declare on and how you'll chip at the coalition. I see. I see. So down here we've been making irrigation channels. I don't know what happened here. I must have cancelled some of the channels inadvertently. I don't know what I did. That's fine. Maybe I did a delete and it hit what was on the ground. That is okay. So yeah, here we are filling. We had like some kind of old riverbed kind of shape over here, and we're just backfilling that, so we have a nice plateaus interconnected, let's say. And so we can continue the water channels in here and then go back up here and go irrigate that. Even though we have a water source here, we basically want to feed it from this because it has more pressure and it has reserves for like droughts and stuff like that under pressure. Okay, so this is back on. Good. That is very good. So that means I should be able to eliminate that shaft, shouldn't I? I think so. Let's try. Worst case scenario, we break everything. Right? Yeah, that worked. That worked very well. Very good. That works too. I can close this back in. And then basically I want to backfill this whole vertical shaft. Perfect. Aha. And once we have that, then we have no more obstacle, I believe, to actually digging forward with the bad water shaft. Very good. Just everything? Everything what? Sorry, I think I forgot the context. Okay, let's go. So this is built. Well, this is being built, rather. You said worst case scenario, everything breaks or something. Yeah, but it's everything in a limited area. It's like it's just everything about around here, right? No, but so what I did here is I created like a shaft. When you came in, I had this part not working, and I think this part was not working still. The reason was because I dug two different shafts here, power shafts, to bring up the power from downstairs instead of the one that used to be here, right? So basically I was preparing to remove this power shaft that was in the middle of everything. So that's kind of what I've been gearing up towards for a little while. So I was fairly confident I wasn't gonna break everything. We should fill that back with dirt. Possibly like that. Maybe like this. For aesthetics purposes. Yeah, that would look okay. Japan declared war on what you left of Korea. And did a naval invasion. At the same time, Korea landed troops in Japan. So no bets are open on who will capitulate the other. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're using a lot of dirt at the moment. Even though we have 2 excavators digging dirt like full time. It's kinda crazy how much dirt I'm using at the moment. I think we should prioritize these two because they kind of build stuff in order of placement, and I think like this is all holding up like this whole area around here basically. And I think the problem here initially was that I placed things not layer by layer, if that makes sense. Same, this is annoying me to have a hole here, so... Yeah, because we had a slight issue with beavers instantly becoming stranded in our build. We had like 6 beavers stranded in the middle of this after having built like the whole wall in the front. Very clever of them. Oh, this is finally getting built. Look at that, we have almost all gears, we have almost half of treated planks and metal blocks. Nice. Let me build maybe 2 more foundries. Should be about right. Smelters, I mean. Oh. But that's a big build as well. Ah, that's annoying. Where do I build them? Oh well. Let's build 2 more anyway. It just means I need to shift the path again. So more metal blocks, that should be nice. Aside from that, we're fine on almost all supplies, so I'm very happy with that. Like, aside from the stuff that we're running out of because we want 2,000 of them at once, which obviously we're not set up for, the rest is fine. So that's very, very good. I think we're going to have a little path here. You know, just following the cliff. Maybe something like that with a little staircase here. Nice, nice. You should be built. Why are you not getting built? So beavers are about as smart as dupes in Oni. Yeah, I don't know. Dupes might make beavers. No, beavers might make dupes feel smart, you know? Like, right. Beavers and dwarves must be related. They also love building themselves in the walls. Yep. So basically what tends to happen is... so let's say I have... Like they can build this and like... let me see. Let's say they can build this and this and this and this at the same time. So you will have a beaver going to build this, one going to build this, one going to build this, one going to build this. And if this one finishes first, these three are trapped. Assuming, of course, that the rest around it is already built. And they don't consider the fact that they're trapping somebody before finishing. At all. So yeah, you kind of have an order of operations to build things safely. And when you have a huge project like that you've built and you're like, this order of operation would require me to unplace like thousands of blocks. You're like, you know what, beavers? You're on your own, buddy. 1 AM warning, yes, thank you, Infinity. Yes, I should not last too long. Don't worry, you'll be at a 2 AM warning. Can't sleep anyway. Uh-oh. So yeah, we've done... What did I just do? I think this... Okay. I almost changed stuff in OBS. Could have been dramatic. I accidentally clicked off screen. Yeah, so we've been doing quite a bit of terraforming. There used to be a river over there. As you can see, these don't really connect anymore at all, first of all. Second of all, like, there used to be cliffs here. Well, you can see the last of the terraforming going on over here. Same over here, we kind of build a tunnel over the canyon here. You're going to pretend it's still exactly 1 AM. Remind me of the time and head off to bed. Have a great night, Nastani. Have a great night. And nice fireworks tomorrow, if you're going to see fireworks. I know I am. There were a few fireworks in the background today, already. I don't know if that transpired on stream, but yeah, I could definitely hear them. Let's see. How about this tubeway? Almost. Is it Bastille Day today? Yes, it is. The 14th of July. French National Day. AKA Fireworks Day. Lots of kabooms to be had. You haven't heard any loud noises, so if you were there during that time, you think not? Yeah, you were definitely there. Well, I don't know if you were actively listening, but it was definitely after you arrived. But yeah, it was in the distance. My city doesn't shoot it today. Well, shoots it today, no, because it's 1 a.m. But yeah, my city. I'm in the big city, so it's shot on the 14th of July. But neighboring cities shoot it the day before generally. So I could hear the rumbling in the distance. It might have been like, clearly it wasn't triggering the microphone, but it might have been audible as a low rumbling when I was talking or something like that. That's a possibility. No loud noises here. Few firecrackers by people of the neighborhood. So you got rain. Yep. Yeah, it started raining while the fireworks were going on. Over here. There are also probably prohibition for private fireworks. Yes, there is a limit of like power of what you can buy. Contrary to Switzerland, for example. I went to Switzerland's National Day once. I ran for my life. They're completely crazy with fireworks. Like seriously, I was scared I would get hurt. Like you had fireworks going off in the middle of the crowd and not small ones. In Lausanne, I think. Fireworks are way overrated? I like them. I enjoy them. But I enjoy them when they're not going off like 2 meters away from me, you know? When people are not throwing them in the middle of the crowd. I do not understand how people don't get killed in Lausanne's one, honestly. That's scary, yeah. The trend here is just to let the authorities or event firms do fireworks and more forgo your small private ones. Those are more done by parents for their kids. Yeah, traditionally we don't really do like private ones. Like in my family, we've done it like a few times for like weddings, stuff like that. But for the 14th of July, you just go see the city's one. It's going to be much better than whatever you can put together anyway, just because of the amount of money that's in it. So like between like having your own private crappy firework and having the city's slightly less crappy firework if you're in a small city, or the 1 hour long like amazing firework if you're in a big city, well, you know, might be worth going to the big city and driving for an hour to go see the nice one. Still not forbidden except in a few cities though. Like, yeah, in France you have limitations of what you can get. And in summer, like I know that at the moment there are some regions of France where it's forbidden because it's too dry. And so that's what tends to happen, is forbidding it because it's too dry in that region, so not possible. Because it might cause like it might cause fires and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the main reasons why they limit it. So safety, basically. But there's really no point in like, trying to rival the city's show. You have thousands of euros that go into the city's show. Why would you not go and enjoy that? It is there for everyone, not just for the mayor. Okay, that's going pretty well. That's nice. That is very nice indeed. What are we doing here? Gears are done. 3D planks are almost halfway through. Same for metal blocks. Very good. We're still completely out of 3D planks and metal blocks. So what I might do here... okay, so metal, we're running out of scrap metal. So this one, we just need more bots in here. But also we need more treated planks for that. So, you know what that means. Actually, we might just bring down the power from here. Might as well. I might need to build that. That means build that too. Let's go. Then I'm of course going to want this. The amount and power of explosives are limited there too. Not allowed to keep any of your New Year's fireworks explosive past the 1st of January. Oh, interesting. Still happened. Some people kept stored them. Try to save them for next year. And then really bad things happen, yeah. There was just significant resistance to banning it completely. Yeah. Although I feel it's the kind of things where like it's kind of obvious why it's dangerous, so it's less hard for people to admit that, yeah, there's a legitimate reason to regulate it. Although, well, I don't know. Doesn't stop people from complaining about about regulating firearms in the US, so maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Too trusting in human nature. Okay, so if we double again the production, well, not double again, but like if we like increase again the production, that might help. At some point we're going to need to completely reorganize the industrial area, right? Organize stuff by type and like have the right amounts of stuff. But this is kind of temporary, I feel, anyway, because, well, once this is built, we're never going to need again this volume of metal and of treated planks, so... Alright, nice. So I feel like here... how do we deal with that? Yep, sorry, I think I bonked the microphone here. And what's going on with this? Oh, yeah. Finish building this, please. Beavers. Are you close enough? Yes. You are. Down there, is everything built? Not really, because they're not prioritizing it. Because they have way too many jobs and they don't know which one to choose first. Well, they do know, they choose the first one you order them to build, but that's not what I want them to do. Why did I... Oh, yes, yes, I remember that. You can dig that, that's fine. We should probably fill that. And honestly, this as well needs to be finished. An on-grove here that's been trying to restrict firearm more. I got a lot of calls of people with pretty scary demands. Saying that they must have their firearms at home to defend against burglars, or when society breaks down, which are no legal grounds for having firearms here at all. Yeah. There are always people who complain. Yeah. There are always people who complain, yes, but yeah. I feel like it's been proven pretty thoroughly that this is no solution to these issues. Can I manage to, yeah, prioritize that? Okay. So this should be pretty good. That's being built, that's very good. So now they will be able to access here without having to do all the trek all the way down here. That will save a lot of build time. Hey, Guppy! How is it going? Hello, hello. Construction lacks material, 203. Right. It's not like I've given them thousands of orders. A hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I do have a bit of coffee left. How to make sure someone keeps me hydrated. I've been pretty hydrated, I think. How is it going, Guppy? Did you travel yet? Or is it like tomorrow or something? You're in the hotel. That's what I thought, that you might have just arrived. How did it go? We're getting there. I don't know that we'll finish it today, but we're getting there, definitely. We do have treated planks in here. We have the extract. About to rest and start work at 8. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be quite fast. It was good. Had lots of time and made good break. That's good. That's good. Just coming out of being sick is not the time to be reckless about that. Well, I hope you manage to rest well. So yeah, that you can be in good shape tomorrow. Look at that, we have happiness 58 beavers, and we are building the Earth Repopulator. We're also terraforming the universe. Incidentally. Talking about terraforming the universe, what are we doing here? This is not full still. Oh my god. How long does this take? Can't get the material. Well, you better get them. You better work on it fast. Oh, you know what? I could come out here and just have the water flow, the bad water flow down here. That would work. Yeah, that would definitely work. Let's do that. No. I won't break these. So, how would that go? So these would come out here. Okay. So how about like we dig and this is 4 wide over there, so we could like dig it 4 wide. You know? Technically we could like poof. Temporarily, that sounds like a good first order solution, I think. I should really not do it like this for these. There's no need to tunnel them. I just need kabooms, really. Yep, yep. And actually, I think I'm going to... possibly do something like that. That sounds about right. You can have a path here so you have access to everything. A stretch and a highway. Oh, lurk and work. Have a nice lurk and work, Game Boy. How on earth are you working at this hour? Although I suppose you could argue I'm kinda doing the same. Build these. And so yeah, we dig that out. And so we are going to have water come down here and go all the way over there. Okay. So on this level, we are going to be tunneling. If these touch, it does not matter because there's no water at this level. Down here, however, there is water. So, yeah. Aha, actually. Well, I suppose it's too late. We're going to wait for the kabooms a little bit. So we don't have a beaver in the middle. How are we doing here? Not badly. This is built, that's very good. I think I can deactivate that. This is not fully built, but we're getting there. Very well. Down here, this is built. Excellent. I see kabooms. I'm having kabooms. That is very true. Alright, how is this going? Okay, so they're working on those. I suppose we're going to have to wait for them to be... Or we could remove the path, actually. Let's remove the path, and that will put them out of range. Well, kinda. Probably, maybe. We'll see. I'm not even sure. Okay, I can at least detonate those. Nice. We good here? No. They're taking a lot of risks, these beavers. They almost got detonated. Yeah, apparently that's still in range. Right. Also, I think there's supposed to be one here. And actually here too, technically. I suppose we can already start on the top part. That's not gonna propagate anyway. Very good. And that means that we can like place the next layer. Aha, too far from a district to be built. Yes, but these ones I actually want to be built. Let's give them priority. And I'd like for them to actually build this terrain too. Poof poof. Very well. No beavers trapped here, I'm impressed. The only beaver that's stranded is the one that's been stranded by its own stupidity. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. Robo Beaver. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Don't you? Do you not? Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go. Uh-huh. Cool, 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 cool. And we still have beavers going in here. Oh, come on. Um, how do I prevent them from keeping going here? No, I know what I'm going to do. I can pause these. We good? Let's go kaboom. Nice. Now you can build them. If you dare. Also, I'd like to pose like a row here. I did not intend to fully build it right away. And I am going to have like wooden stairs and allow them access, I think. Okay, so that's working. These are being worked on. Very good. And next level. Right, so these are going to be a problem for the power shaft itself. So we're going to need to shift them anyway. How am I going to do that though? Is the question here. This one is gonna be tricky. Well, what I could do... What I could do here could be to go and dig below here. And then at the last minute we can shift and go up. That can work. This can pretty much do the same, honestly. Right, so this needs to be shifted, but that can be done. And this doesn't really need to be shifted because it's not in the middle of the power shaft itself. And then we just continue the tunnel here. Oop. In the cliff face, just as it's been done for the rest. Okay. So yeah, let's go and prioritize those builds. I did think I remembered we didn't have to shift them. I didn't remember why. No, I do. How is this going? Not bad, honestly. Not bad at all. Ooh, almost 1,000 on each. Very, very good. We have a few injured beavers. That's because we put some beavers back in the industry. That is fine. These need to be built in priority, please. Not just in order of building, because otherwise we're never gonna be done. Very well. Yeah, this is being limited anyway by the amount of dirt I'm producing. So that's why the digging just happens faster in the end. Aha, I think... Uh-huh. I think we have the whole column here. Yep, pretty much. Okay, so that's going to be a bit of a hairy moment here. How do I manage to demolish this without stranding a beaver? Aha! That's like the central point of my whole network. Right, I need to demolish then this. And it's not gonna like me very well. Yep. The game is like, do I crash here? What do I do? Yep. Ooh. It wasn't sure what it should do. Okay, so this whole thing is a high priority, right? As high as it goes, possibly. And while we're here, probably we just want to dismantle this one. Sure. And you're now becoming a simple tube way with a little platform on top, so I can build dirt, right? Simple and easy. Maybe not here. Actually, at the moment, we can build a platform right here. We are later going to build dirt in here, but for now we'd like to keep this particular path open. No, not here, actually. This one can also be a little platform, so I don't have to dig it just afterwards. Uh-huh. Oh, actually, yes, just like that. And here you want like 2 little tubeways. Perfect. Okay, and so this whole thing is high priority. That's like one of the most central points of the whole thing. So, yeah. Might want to make sure it's not cut. Just might. And this one, I'm sorry, water tank. I have very bad news for you. I could actually... No, I can't. I can't just replace it. I'm just going to have to wait. So let's wait for these to be built, I think. Because it's going to give them a way back up. And all that. Right, so this is being built. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, they have like 10 to go. And it's going to take a little while. But we don't want to destroy the alternative way until that's done. That would be absolutely silly. Oh, treated planks is recovering. Well, slightly. I think it's because I'm keeping the beavers too busy to work on that, honestly. They don't have time to bring materials here. They're just like, no, I have other jobs to do, I can't. Okay, 7 left. Good thing we've recovered actually in treated planks and metal blocks, because we do need metal blocks for this build. Go. How's the rest of the colony doing? In the meantime. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine here. Yeah, I did build that because I wanted to at some point being able to handle more water. Honestly, I think at the moment we're fine. Oh, that reminds me, we did destroy a statue earlier over there, no? Where was it? Right here. Decoration. Give a statue. Yes, yes. Not that adding a job is going to help a lot. But it's not a high priority job, so they can do it on their own time. If they do it, it means they have the resources available, and then I'm fine with them doing it. Okay, so now they pretty much, like, yeah. I suppose they have to build that. They have to build those. Kinda. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think... Well, I don't know. Do we do the next one? Okay, that's rebuilt. That's good. At least it transmits the power for recharging the bots. Even if they can't... Oh, wait a minute. Can they go through the bottom? Oh. Oh my. They can go through the bottom. They don't need those. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. I didn't think to test that. Ooh. Well, you know what that means. Bye-bye, water. 1,000 water on the floor. Yep. Vertical tubeway here. Hmm. And actually, that means you're going to get removed. And I'm going to dig a hole here. For some unknown reason. I really wonder why I'm digging a hole over there. A little kaboom. As a treat. No. Maybe not right now, that would kind of cause problem in the short term. Not that. Mm-hmm. And then we can have vertical tubeway. Those are super high priority. And I could rebuild the water tank over here actually. Could be useful. I'd almost forgotten it existed. But no, you can't really forget the water tank. That would be unfair to the water tank. Kaboom. Another vertical tubeway. In the station. Maybe pause this for now. Because I don't want to have to re-destroy it to rebuild it. You know. So this is getting built, very good. Over there. No, they're shifting towards this. That's good. What I think I'm going to do is have like these ones be slightly more important. Maybe not this one. But like I want them to keep a way to retreat for now. But slowly erase their ability to get there. That way, when the time comes, they will be forced to stay behind and not get trapped. So we don't do a remake of the last one, right? Yeah, I was right to pause this, wasn't I? Because now you're connected to this, but none of this could be built if there was the statue. Well, I suppose it could be built because I have the tube braid, but yeah. You know exactly what I mean. Ooh, it's 2 a.m. already. Yeah, I really need to get to bed. And eat, you know, have dinner. That would be important as well. So let's finish that, and once we finish that, we're going to end here for today. I think that seems like a reasonable stop point where we have like the tunnel almost reopened. Well, technically reopened actually. Like, we've made a lot of progress today on this project. So yeah, I think that will be a good endpoint. Really, this time. You're off to sleep. Have a great night, Zeta. Thank you for being here. Oh, you know what? I forgot to reconnect. Oh, that will be a problem. Yeah, no, that's fine, actually. Although... Yeah, that means I'm still going to have this built up. So you can go around in a vertical tube way. Because I want this to reconnect. over here. And I forgot. Is this high priority? Yes, it is. It's all high priority. Okay. Very, very good. Okay, this whole wall is built. That is excellent. Yeah, so you see here they're getting behind. And so I'm just slowly gonna push the wall as it goes, basically. So like this one, well, not high priority, but like medium priority. And then once this is built, then I can build this one, etc., etc. I think is how we should go about it. That way we slowly cut off the behind. And we should actually do the same over here. That way we don't have a beaver that goes in there being like, oh yeah, I can go and build like this one in the middle of nowhere. Well, not this one, but like, you know. This one, for example. We have the water tank. Very good. Please do import water from other tanks. Excellent. This is getting built as well. And finally this one. Very good. Aha! This is now rebuilt. Officially. Nice. And like this whole thing is well on its way of getting dug out. Very, very nice. So there we go. Let's destroy these, I think. We can potentially have a platform path here to reconnect, but definitely not on the floor, because that's going to be contaminated water on the floor at some point. So, you know, relatively unwise to walk there. And I suppose this could be reconnect. Mm-hmm. That will work. And this one is pretty much out of range. So we'll have to dig by hand. Or like climb by hand, I say. To get there, but that's not going to be for today. Because it's 2 a.m. Yeah, I need to get to bed. So do a bunch of you. So let's see. Yeah, we made a bunch of progress today, both in blueprints and in Timberborn. So I'm very, very happy with that. Thank you everybody for joining me.